we lost Feng on Monday. Last 2 days. Been difficult, but it gets easier every day, and that's sad as well. Without getting too existential or getting too morose, that's sad as well, man. It's like, fuck, well, I don't hurt as much as I did yesterday. That kind of sucks in a way. You know what I mean? But it's, you know, that's just fucking, like, I've been in my existential bags. I always am whenever I lose somebody or something like that. It's always a good time to be like, fuck, hell, man. Hard this, innit? It's I keep on remembering the Classier line, man. She talking about Disco Elysium conveniently. Let's see if I can find the clip, because it's just she talks about a song that Harry was playing in the hotel room the night before we get control of him. And she just sings a line from it. I just keep on fucking thinking about it. So I'm thinking I'm going to sample that at some point. It's such a simple little line. But yeah, if we kept on going on that track, we would have finished without touching down on some of the great moments that we've got left, and a really big sequence that I've not even done myself. So, day one, Disco Elysium. Talks about a loss in sentimentality with an encounter with a friend at a bus stop. Fuck yeah, it's a weird one, man. It's so weird. You get people coming into your grief as well is always a bit weird. It's like, where's this thing? But I need to timestamp these streams a bit better as well. I'm going to start working on that, I think. It's weird, isn't it? So, you know, it's a good opportunity to think on certain things, if nothing else. Work. Where's that at, man? Oh, that one.
That sort of game. It's inspiring and
by the way, it took me 7 days. God bless. It took me 7 days to get through day one. I thought we were doing one session, so 2 sessions per day. So we were doing every 2 IRL days to 1 Disco Elysium. Like, I'm surprised he's fucking stuck with it, man. But he's crushing it. Yo, Ash. Still want to own space. Yeah, it's weird, mate, because it's lonely. Like, grief is, and we're gonna cheer up in a minute, man. Grief is lonely in a way, and it's like it's like, yeah, you want people to acknowledge it, but when they do, it's just like, well, I didn't really do it. That didn't really do anything. Didn't really do anything for me at the same time. But you do, you know. This isn't to say. Basically, this is one of the first, like, passings I've had that I've not shared to social media, because I'm like, nah, this is my grief, bro. The only place I shared it was in the Realm Discord, because I've been quite not selfish with my grief, but it's like, man, I could get a dozen DMs saying, oh man, that's awful. It's like, but it's fucking society on a research level, on a metrics level. Even though the feeling of it can be the same or just or worse. In my case, I've lost people to all sorts of things, but natural, they've taken their own lives and stuff, and some of them fucking didn't stir me at all. I'd be pissed off in a way. I'd be pissed off, and I don't know what that says about me, man. I'm just being get that in that corner there. I've had friends that have died tragically, like really, like had their lives just snuffed out way too soon, man. And in those circumstances, my grief would be like, why aren't I fucking Why am I in my pits right now? Why, like, that would be, this grief comes in many different modes and stuff. But in terms of like relationships and grieving a relationship, or the loss of somebody that you're very close to, it's an addiction thing. It's going cold turkey. It's having a component unplugged and tossed in over the shoulder back into the sea. And that's rough. That's rough, man. Especially if I'm fucking hypersensitive as it is. So thing hit me hard, man. And even so, 3 days later, you know, I've got tearful a couple times, bro. But I haven't the ugly crying's gone, you know. And that's sad on its own in a way. That's sad on its own. You know what I mean? It's like, well, fuck, man, because I want that to mean as much. And I think about losses that I've had that don't mean as much, quote unquote, you know, quote unquote. They still do, but you know, the classy quote. My girl. It'll take him 10 minutes to move over to Clash from where he is here.
Orange.
It's not even a significant quote. She just says one bar of a song, and it's just been playing in my head.
I said the words a million times before.
Where is it?
She seems perplexed.
This, call it said a light.
Is here the world, but we.
God bless Limmy, man. He's done really well on Disco. He's done really well. I'm surprised that he stuck it out as well as he has.
This empire. This.
To our
You tell me something.
Look like
Aranye.
Hey, what's up, Jake? Oh, you're well, man. We're gonna get going in a minute, man. Spinning my wheels at the moment.
Wow, the viewership and
I was trying to having to leave. Sorry, Ash, I did see that. You haven't got a delay. Don't worry. Not one that I'm aware of, anyway. Yeah, it's rough, bro. It's rough. I've got the little fuckers Ashes, like, because that's my level of sentimental. I've got his fucking ashes on the way because it's like communal cremation. I was like, nah, man. Thing would have hated that, man. Thing would have hated that.
there. Can you tell everyone in YouTube to?
Oh, thank you, Ash.
Quid?
You're a fucking legend, mate. Appreciate that.
Another part of the world. What's the night? I'm going to ask about the 15th.
century and
Then what's
Fucking legend, yeah. Completely skipped my mind.
cruise on the coast
did that?
from over here. Yes.
It'll probably be a bit. Oh,
Artist,
probably be a bit of a quiet one, man.
illustration,
But
prompt.
it's going to be our last disco stream, I think.
For the names.
We're going to get going in a minute.
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Or being ostentatious orchestrations. Did you know that the band Heaven 17
Shut up, Lemmy.
later? The Heaven 17s. Yeah. It was going when I was horrible, bit like a kind or no.
Oh, I'm laughing. If anybody's been watching these streams, man, like, Lemmy, this has been the only stream that I watch daily now.
Intrusive thought, but
It's just interesting. I never saw Lemmy playing Disco Elysium, man. Never saw him playing Disco Elysium, but he's actually fucking doing really well.
went to the art.
Bless you, mate. Appreciate you, Jake, man. Yeah, it's fucking getting easier, brother. But that's what we're talking about and stuff, like the fact that it gets easier makes it sadder in a way, but not the same kind of melancholy. Fucking Auntie called it, man. Melancholy, yeah.
We did just people. Buyers Road, kind of like.
But it's because I'm able to talk about it now
And you should.
in a broader sense as well, because I'm not fucking ugly crying about it all the time. I'm not bargaining, as it were,
just
or saying how unfair it is
and had that T-shirt on that clock.
to myself. Yeah, absolutely. But grief, it's not linear. It's not a linear process, man. It's not linear, and no two deaths are the same either. I've noticed.
This look like that.
But yeah, I'm genuinely, I don't know what it says about me, man. A couple pet deaths have hit me way harder than a lot of human deaths that I've grieved over.
Toilet, and she's all.
I don't know what that means necessarily. I think it's the home component.
As opposed to
it's a part of your environment.
Like me.
It's something. It's routine. It's because especially if you don't like people. I don't like people that much.
Fucking can it stop?
Not really.
It's just like
fucking hell limit. I just want to hear Clash just say like 5 words.
Threat. But
oh yeah, he fucking hell, he gets into it here. I forgot about this.
Oh, right. We didn't do anything. That's fucking thingy.
Fucking gets into it, man.
Clip on. That's the tangent's finished. Let's get back into the game. Fuck me, it's 12 already. Right, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. More so family than something. Absolutely. It's just having that component.
Yes.
Like, we haven't got a replacement for this part, but, well, you know, it's expired, so just chuck that back in the sea.
I said...
And you'll just have to deal with that. And maybe you'll find something else that can fit that slot, but...
Hold on. I'm basically like me plays...
Come. Life gets hard, but we go on.
That's it. That's literally it. It just keeps on playing in my head, man, as a weird subconscious coping mechanism. Just like, that's where my nihilism got to. Well, Feng would be pissed off if I wasn't nihilistic, man. Feng was a nihilist.
Huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
And Clash winds me up, man. But because we've been playing Disco Elysium conveniently, which is a very existential game as is, and we've not even touched onto there's some hyper existential moments yet to come. We're gonna box this game off today, and then tomorrow we're plugging in Final Fantasy 9, and then that's gonna be a wild ride. That's gonna be a fucking wild ride. I'm telling you right now. I don't know if I think it might be the perfect time to be playing that. And the research, the note taking. I didn't think Final Fantasy 9 was going to be as difficult to unpack as 8 was. Well, fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. I'm really looking forward to Final Fantasy 9, man, and I think engagement-wise, it's going to be very good for us as well. Kim, where you at, man? You stood in the walls, brother. All right, then. Right, so, let's just get a head count, man. So, last time, Ruby, Tribunal, and that's where we left off. Because I realised we were kind of on the train tracks heading directly towards the end. Basically, once you deal with that Ruby situation, you're pretty much on the conveyor belt. And we're not really ready for that yet. Not really ready for that yet. Got a few things left to do. We've got a few evenings left that we can spend, really. Like, we made really good time for the end, to be honest. But there's no reason to rush. There's still things to do. There's still stuff to wrap up. So, I've nulled all of that. The only thing we're really missing right now is the Ruby encounter and the Tribunal. We're gonna box some other things off first, but we should be finishing tonight, I think. Spirit is eternal. Ask Ruby about the village. I'll ask about Ruby in the village. Dead body on the boardwalk. Take on La Responsibility, which is one of the bigger things I want to be doing. Make Van Aches jam harder core. Jam hard. That's a fucking busted sentence. Don't really do that. Boardwalk for traces. Check island for bullet traces. Find the word weapon. Yeah, we really haven't got much left to do, guys. So we're gonna pursue take on la responsabilité. And dead body on the boardwalk. If you remember, we found some poor cunt that banged his head. He was drinking, he was eating a kebab, and he banged his fucking head and died on the boardwalk. Turns out it was the husband of the working class woman we saw outside the bookshop on day 2, I think. We're gonna go talk to her now.
A weathered brown door.
A lovely a chipper scene to start the fucking proceedings off, man. Feels like ages since we played Disco, man. Fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been a fucking riot on stream, though. We'll keep that going in between whenever, you know.
The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
All right, yeah, like I said, lovely bit of fucking chipper subject matter. Talking about dealing with deaths. Our lass is about to as well.
This is the door. You already know it's the right door.
I'm glad it's been fun to watch. It's been fun to play, man. It's been good, man.
Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Oh, it's good to be playing Disco again. No fucking on. Hold on, kid. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect with her?
You're right. Let's talk this through. We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm
Billy Méjean,
as well as deliver.
I do apologize for my fucking terrible French accent. Sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I could dial into that French vernacular a bit smoother. At the same time, I'm like, nah, fuck.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Yeah. I'll be sending a card to the vet as well. God bless the girl, man. She dealt with all of it, man. And it's only been going on over 2 or 3 weeks. So I don't know if you weren't following, but that whole thing went from, oh, it's all right. We're just, concerned to, but she dealt with all of it, man. And I've got to hand it to these fucking vets, man. It's fucking brutal work, man. Brutal. And I'm not the kind of person that sends out cards thanking motherfuckers, but fucking hell, man. Do you have any advice on how to tell her he's
dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
All right, I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
There's fear in her voice.
Look a bit knackered, man. Just woke up from a nap, so I'm actually zen as fuck, man. Don't worry. It might look like I've been dead upset, but I'm just a bit like... Napping is my way of dealing with stress. For some reason, tragedy just makes me really fucking tired. Don't mind me, ma'am. I'm just, The clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Its ticking makes you anxious. Textbook for high school mathematics, trigonometry mostly. We get XP. We get like 1 XP every time we click one of those bubbles as well. We're on a pretty high XP build at the moment. Can't they afford curtains? Yeah, they've got like
It's you.
bits of paper over their fucking windows.
Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
Ah.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
It's a shame our in-game model looks fucking nothing like her portrait. It's a beautiful portrait as well.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
Kim's is one of my favorite portraits, but for some reason, to me, like, I mean, I can unsee it now, but for the longest, it looked to me like he was a cannibal or something, and he'd just been, this whole lower part, he just looks like he's been eating like like barbecue chicken wings, and he's just got it all over himself. I've managed to unsee that lately, but yeah, for a while it took me a while, because it just looks like he's got sauce all over his face, man, or he's been eating a leg.
He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm all right for the tea.
Is this about Victor, my husband?
Husband.
Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
Yeah, let's go straight in. We've got +4 on this empathy check because Kim is here, +1 because we identified the leather jacket as being the one that the wife, the woman we're talking to here, working class woman, put a custom blue like fabric inlining on her husband's jacket so that when he was out and about on the lash, he wouldn't get cold or wouldn't get as cold. So we were able to deduce that it was her husband, for myriad reasons, but one of them being the description of the jacket lined up with the one she described. We've got another one because we identified the library card. He was carrying her library card in order to take some books back or something. Talk things through with Kim outside. Lieutenant's handkerchief, probably ready to hand it over. If she starts greeting, man, she starts crying. We're just going to go straight for that. It's a red check. So I hope we get it. I hope we fucking get it, man, because we could make this dead awkward.
You've done this before.
Fucking hell.
Just keep your focus.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Majon, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Your husband, Victor Majon, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where where two cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
Isn't he now?
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
It was an accident. He fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his buns pretty hard, man.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yeah.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Ah, handkerchief.
The handkerchief.
No words, just give her the lieutenant's handkerchief.
A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears.
Ah, it's a rough business, man.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid. Unreal.
So I get my morale gets healed, and I get experience whenever I get a conceptualization check. So this isn't HDB necessarily getting off on telling on this poor housewife's reaction. Sorry, not a housewife. On this poor widow's reaction to the news.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Now take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
Again, I'm very sorry.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her and leave the room. Nasty business. It's a nasty business. Quest complete.
You did well.
What now?
I'll call the station tomorrow and let them know the name of the deceased.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
Alright, case closed.
Let's go.
I can only get 10 XP, man. Sprawling epic. Right, and now we're gonna go talk to the Sunday friend now.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
That's how to see. Looks like the superstar cop is getting his rocks off to the working class woman's dead husband. It's like, fucking our Harry was like that. Isn't it sweet, Kim? Tragedy.
Let's go.
Good to have you, brother.
For us anymore.
No. I need to talk to the Sunday friend.
This door is made of metal and no one...
Let's go.
I need to talk to him. It's important that I talk to him. It's half the reason that I saved here. All right, Sunday friend, hold on. Just a sec. I'm not spoiling stuff for myself because I've already progressed this far, but I want to get this moralist quest line done because I've never done it before, man. Sunday friend. Got to Sunday friend on the coast, next to the building on the very southwest of the map. Ah, right. Smoker on the balcony is in the whirling now. Smoker should be in the whirling. Fucking yes, Seal. Nice one. Good to have you, brother. Welcome to the fantasy.
Sounds like an absolute fantasy land. Well, it is, and I'm gonna go and get inside it. Come and join me in the fantasy.
There's some bad audio artifacts on that clip, isn't there? I need to clean that up. Let's go talk to the smoker. Not my first. This is probably the second or third time I'll be completing it, but I've never finished the moralist quest line. Done most everything else. Well, there's always going to be stuff that I won't have done. Like there is even a little. I can't remember what stat you need to have at like 10, but if it's like 10 composure or something, you can have a conversation with an entity that you can see through the cracks of the harbor gates. I don't think we're going to be able to get that on this playthrough, but there's so much that I haven't actually experienced myself in Disco Elysium. It's why it's one game that I'll keep coming back to. Perception, that would make sense. I did start a Motorix-based build playthrough, but after whenever I've done a Disco playthrough, I need to every year, every 2 years or something.
Hi, gendarme.
It's quite a lot to redo in succession. To play one playthrough after the next, because it's so wordy. You feel a bit hollow if you're just spamming your way through a lot of the cursory text that you're used to. What copper type is this playthrough? Copley Apocalypse. Apocalypse. You're here.
I am. So are you. What brings you here?
4 stats, man. I like having composure normally, so I'll bump that up anyway. I like to keep some on hand, but we're leveling up so quickly at the moment because we've got the Encyclopedia XP coming in. We've got the Conceptualization XP coming in, and every time we click on one of those little bubbles, the little tooltip bubbles that tell us about environmental bollocks, we get XP for that as well. So we are getting a lot of levels done at the moment. There's no harm in really spending some of these. We went Shivers as our primary because some of my favourite moments come from Shivers. The speaking with the spirit of Revachol is one of my favourite things. So we went for that on this playthrough as well. Yeah, it's pretty generic build. This is generally what I would normally like. High intellect, high psyche build is my atypical kind of build. Next time I run it for myself, I'll probably go high motorix, mid physique, and I'm not too sure on them. Maybe high psyche as well. But it is nice to switch things up. I do want to run an electrochemistry build at some point as well. That would be fun. Visual calculus. Surprised I've not put any points into that so far. I'll just keep one on the side. Okay, we're leveling up so quick at the moment, it doesn't matter too much. White check. Let's go through all of these. What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
This is where I'm going to go down in history. I'm going to sing karaoke.
Really? Well, I look forward to that.
Need to find that tape, actually. We could do that tonight. I can't remember where to find it, man. I think it's somewhere near the village. Yep, shack outside the fishing village, day 3. I might have it. So we might be able to do the karaoke scene in a sec. Tell me again about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
And he believed you.
Why shouldn't he?
You tell him about your friend.
What friend?
Ah, your Sunday friend, the witness.
No, I don't think it came up.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Talking about Corty. Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
Yeah, it was Corty. It's the guy that is pretending to be. He's the guy that's hooting and hollering outside of the harbour on the part of the workers, apparently. But we know that he's actually a mercenary contracted by Twin Pines to get a bit of a handle on the harbour strike. His earpiece.
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
It's muscular. Did he have any other identifying traits?
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries.
Oh, well, yeah.
He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Ornese.
Thanks for the info.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
I need to talk to your Sunday friend again. It's about committee business.
Oh, a committee. How interesting.
That responsibility.
And if I may ask, Gendarme, what is this committee about?
He's all bemused skepticism. He doesn't actually care what you want with his friend.
It's about assigning that responsibility.
God, of course it is. My friend is always trying to convince me I need a little more responsibility, as though I don't have enough going on already. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is. We don't talk about everything, you see. He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course.
You know when he'll be back?
Not a clue. I'm not his agenda keeper, you see.
All right, that's all right. Sorry, didn't mean to offend. I guess I'll have to look for him along the coast.
I guess you will.
I met your Sunday friend. I'm trying to just get. I'm going to try this white check. That's mostly one of the bigger reasons I'm going through all of this text, just to see if there's anything I can get to bump it up a bit.
You did? And how did you like him?
I didn't like him as much as I like you.
Ah, shoot. Why not?
What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
What does it mean, a Sunday friend?
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a friend? I mean, reading between the lines here, I think it's pretty clear that the smoke on the balcony is a sex worker, right?
It is. On Sundays.
But Harry is a human can opener, man. He has to ask the most base of questions. And we're gonna do that. Why was he staying at your place in the middle of the night?
He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
He has keys. Maybe it's more complicated than that. I always assumed it was sex work. You know. Interesting. The fact he has keys makes it a bit more dynamic. Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, Gendarme. He can always return.
Return where?
To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
I don't want to talk about other people. I want to talk about you.
Hmm? What about me, Gendarme?
Alright, fuck it.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about
It's
that
the
physical-
sports. It's the sports, so it is, officer.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
It's the sports. It's the sports, officer. Already got the dog on a mega mix. So I need to go to the... I could probably get rid of Kim. Let's get rid of Kim. I don't mean we're going to dispose of Kim. Just going to drop him off. Cops on tour! Cops on tour! Cops, 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 cops! Cops, 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 cops!
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right?
Sounds like we need to investigate it then.
Investigate the blood red chair? You're going to leave it alone, Harry. That's what you're going to do. You suddenly feel afraid of the chair. It looks like blood is peeling off it.
I'm looking for particular shack with a particular tape inside it. Oh, get these bubbles. White curtains have been drawn shut, no looking in. We're bringing the party to the fishing village. You see dust-covered linens to dry the tulips on the bed. A wetting stone, well worn and covered in rust. The karaoke tape, indeed, sir. The smallest church in St. Son, right? I believe it's in the fishing village somewhere. Oh yeah, we're gonna get rid of Kim anyway, because we need that to. We need to get rid of Kim.
It's getting cold this late in the night.
Yeah, feel free, Seal. I'd appreciate it. Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer.
We're gonna play out late. Yes, Lillian!
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
Why is it with you in those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me.
Closer to the waterlock, it's a larger wooden building with a swing. Fucking brilliant, man. Nice one.
But until that happens...
Ah, yeah.
I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
So I take it that's your skiff. Point at the overturned boat.
Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way. Hold on. Because I'm going to scum this check in a sec. I'm going to scum this check.
Waves are beginning to die down. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
Wasn't feeling it.
Wasn't feeling it? That calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
Are you suggesting we honour the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all.
Don't think they have funerals for motor carriages.
And why so? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Gottwaldian. All right, I'm in. But organising a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
It's going to be quite a few years before nature is able to completely take care of a motor carriage. You could always come back in a few months and see if you still want to give it a proper send-off.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the Doom commercial area, or let's focus on things we can actually do, all right?
Absolutely. Things
Right.
like what, for example?
Like asking Lillian. We're gonna ask Lillian out. I'm gonna scum this one.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
We've not scummed that much, to be honest.
Simmer down.
But there's a few things I want to hit, and to be honest, doing this is going to benefit us in the moralist quest that we're pursuing as well. Ooh,
After a man.
ooh, fucking yes, boys. No need. Right, we're asking Lillian out, by the way.
What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober?
What you're suggesting is highly experimental, possibly dangerous.
Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
Yeah, a lot of people are probably getting fucked up, man, before recorded history as well. I'm a drunk. Don't know if you've noticed. So I usually ask people to drink with me.
I have, and I don't really.
This time, though, I thought I'd ask you for a walk.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
Innocent perambulator. Person who walks, especially for pleasure and in a leisurely way. Perambulator.
If you can believe it.
I am. That's why you should definitely agree.
Where would this walk take us, officer?
Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it eerie and simple.
There's a nice view on the beach I found. Land's End.
All right. I will walk with you. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking.
Good old-fashioned walk. I like it.
Me too. It's been ages since I just had a normal conversation with one of you guys.
She means men.
All right, I'll go put the kids to bed and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes.
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
Oh, I'm nervous. It's all right, Harry. It's been long enough, fella. Right, Joyce will still be there tomorrow. Let's get these boxed off. The boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Right, let's go do this date. I can always pick up the... Let's do a quick save in case it goes on for fucking hours. I don't think it will. But just in case. Because I think we get a fail state if it gets to 2 in the morning. Wait a sec. Nah. Pigs aren't here. Less said about that, the better for now. Hey, why isn't my boombox playing bangers, man? How does she know I'm coming? Lillian! Sounds like pots and pans falling off a shelf. Lillian! I'm steaming.
The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and the sun is going down. It'll be dark soon. If we stay here long enough, we will be joined by a cortege of drunks and teenagers. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
Nice age-appropriate meeting of 2 adults.
Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
You seem surprised that I made it.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments.
I'm actually quite good at scheduling.
Aye, so an officer should be. All that running around must need a lot of structuring.
As she turns to face the sun, reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across the bay, you cannot help following her steady gaze. You should say something. anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're apocalypse cop. We have to. You know, past incarnation of myself called himself Tequila Sunset. Wonder why that is.
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death.
Oh.
Oh, indeed.
On a corpse recently. He'd had a Tequila Sunset moment, as it happens.
And what about you? Keeping the name?
I'm sober now. I'm sober now, pet. Yeah, I think I'm good with Harriet Dubois these days.
Well then, Officer Dubois.
The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air. River Esperance flowing into the bay.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset, when the water is warmer.
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else, shaking you out of your reverie. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own minds.
Woo! Inland Empire. Sun does little for the dead and those hopelessly lost in their own minds. Junkies. The mornings are my afterlife.
Or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
That why you named your boat the Sun?
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
And a bit of conceptual unity too, it being yellow and all.
Just enjoy the view.
There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the dazzling streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their fading opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being. Certainly no powerful organizer.
The fucking music, man. I might have killed the atmosphere a little bit. Well, something's got to be on our side, bro.
I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team.
You have fish hooks in your ears.
These aren't real fish hooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fish hooks. A drunk called Rosemary brought them to me. I kept them.
It's nice.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
Me. There's an interesting lilt in your voice.
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from Ubi Sunt. Not a lot of sun there, I hear, though I've never been.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
I'd have to go for that red check in a minute, man. I don't know if there's... Do you wish you were out there fishing right now?
I always do. I like it. It's like being on another planet, a water planet, with water worries and water joys.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
He doesn't know who killed the fucking hangman. Say something about the sun. 72.
Here we go. 2 different approaches to cap this off with style.
Ooh. The only fault with the sun is it shines on us as well as our enemy. Or, yeah, a massive thermonuclear reaction. 5 billion years old. The sun is a god.
Aye. And a benevolent one. When did you last have one of those on your side?
I still do. I'm righteous.
Well, maybe it's that god that makes all those atoms burn up there in that big thing. You know, the wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but... Have this.
Yes.
The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore.
You sure you don't need the sword?
No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me.
Think we can do this again sometime?
Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
Old. I respect it.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more.
Fair. Thank you for coming on this walk with me.
Farewell.
I love you. Love you. Please don't leave me like the rest of them. Fucking bitch.
As she walks off, the wind picks up, and the light from the sun seems to fade. The crumbling silhouette of failed electrical R&D towers in the distance, beckoning.
The sound of Russian dunk music perforating your your right eardrum.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
Get out! No, I'm not. Get out of here. I'm not fucking putting up with that. I'm fucking running all down the coast in a fucking tracksuit. I'm tracksuit apocalypse cop, and I've got a fucking crowbar in one hand and a meaty boombox in the other, man. My copo type is not boring, cop. I won't fucking accept it. I won't accept it, chat. I won't fucking accept it. I'm donk cop. What cam doing? I've got 2 right for the fucking cam again. Still not been able to resolve that fucking the webcam settings ghost. Resets my fucking webcam settings periodically. I don't know what it fucking is. Get these boxed off. And we get XP for all of these. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. An altar shrouded in the dark. Or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Oh, cash money. Real rules everything around me. Ream. Get the money. Real bill, y'all. A school of fish huddle around the fence post, then scatter into the dark. 4 tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids. Pole screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. Yeah, the tent's not there anymore, brother. Trash from some unending party. Alright, let's go lock in the karaoke. And then we're done for today. In game. Yep, I thought it'd be worth Rusty and let us read Mazut. Because last session we got to the tribunal and I wasn't happy with that because there's quite a lot to do. We're only on day 4 in game. And I really didn't want to speed through to the ending with quite so much breakneck momentum, considering the rest of the playthrough has been very relaxed. Oh, we nearly missed a pretty iconic scene where Harry does karaoke. And we can't be having that. I won't allow it. There's not many times we get to hear what we can probably understand to be Harry's proper voice. And this is one of them. There she is. Nice one, Seal. Appreciate you, brother.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
What happened here?
In this yard, someone thought they could have a summer house on the beach for cheap. It didn't work out. Looks like they abandoned it. A long time ago, someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing even. An intense loneliness comes over you.
I'm really looking forward to the karaoke scene is one of the ones it's always one of the first memories I have of disco.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
I've got a lot of favourite moments in Disco Elysium. Karaoke is definitely up there.
You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Press your ear against the speaker.
It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in.
I love the way it's describing the acoustics of the environment that this song was recorded in.
Telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Perform it. A click. Then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What?
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. Immediately, the boombox tunes itself back to the Friday night beats, vibrating on your shoulder.
Right, let's go do the karaoke, man. I'm looking forward to this. And it's one of those moments that we nearly missed out on as well because we were moving a little too quickly towards the end there. I'm still intending to finish our playthrough of Disco Elysium tonight. But we've got the full evening yet. Ooh. Oh, is it too late?
Hey, was there some...
Well, bringing him that...
No, you don't.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
Yeah, but Johnny Law is about to tear it up, sad style.
The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do without right now.
But this is my way of apologising for the trouble I've caused. Please let me say I'm sorry.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good.
It's part of my quest of self-discovery. Help me, God.
The whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers.
Why do you even have the PA system if no one's going to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it. The great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
God, when was the last time you had a band play here?
It's not for bands, it's for clients. Some clients, okay? Not you.
I'm a real client. I've paid my bills. And I have the right to use the karaoke machine.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
All right, I have my own song with me.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
The atmospherics aren't right. We're not actually going to do it tonight in-game. We're going to do it tomorrow in-game. It's not right. It's after midnight, so the place has started to clear out a bit. You know what I mean? We needn't rush it, man. We'll have an action-packed day tomorrow, man. Is there anything we can do whilst we're on our own? Go along the coast. Let's go see if the we need, because we're going to be sleeping on the coast anyway. We're going to be sleeping in the shack. So let's boogie on over down there and see if we can talk to the Sunday friend. Min-max the time we've got left a little bit. Because there's not too many threads we need to tie off at the moment. I am somewhat prolonging the closing events of the game a little bit. And I think we're still going to go for, well, yeah, we won't talk about endings. We won't talk about endings just yet because we might be getting one or two, to be honest. Tiptoe, tiptoe. They'll never see me coming. They might hear me, though. Oh.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence.
What did the smoke smell like?
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Who are the people who live across the road?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware.
That's out to Matthew Hill. Mine too, brother. It was the stat that I specialised in from the very beginning on this playthrough. I do love it too. And I like the conversations you can have with the spirit of Rethershall as well. Some of my favourite moments in the game as well, man. Absolutely. Good to see you, brother.
His boyfriend is on his way home.
Boyfriend!
Tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly.
What about the bus stop?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
So apt. What about the road?
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier.
Yeah, Shivers encompasses a lot of the whimsy and the mythology of Elysium. Not just Disco Elysium, but during this playthrough, I've been pointing out, or I've been asking people to keep an ear out for motifs and mentions of things related to breath, wind, and air. And Shivers is all about the it's his spidey sense. It arrives on the wind, so it's a very apt way of getting these ideas across. And of course, Robert Kurvitz's book, which is based in the same universe, is called Sacred and Terrible Air. On top of that, Dolores Day, probably the most prominent innocence. One of the bigger mythological factors about her being is her glowing lungs as well. So for me, Shivers is a gateway to exploring a lot of those ideas. The color, the shape, and the texture of air and wind, and how it's received by the body. It's a very profound thing to acknowledge. Kurvitz in particular, I know, like Helen Hinpier and a couple of the others, you know, it's not just Robert Kurvitz that championed Elysium during the making of this game. The less said about, I mean, we'll talk a bit more about the controversies and the corporate takeover when we're wrapping up, but I hope whatever they go on to do next, they maintain a lot of these motifs in regards to the shape of air, if you like, because it is incredibly poetic and just innately profound, because it's something we can all kind of understand. Like, we need oxygen, we need air to breathe. The breeze can tell us things. You know, it brings a lot of sense, and it communicates weather patterns with us and all sorts. So it is something that we can really kind of dial into and understand as being a bit of a weird ethereal force, even in our own experiences with wind, air, and breath. I've not finished Sacred and Terrible Air. But I am going to, because I was going to be waiting for an official hardback release, but that's unfortunately not going to happen. And that's a very, very sad thing. But the fan translation is out there. The book Sacred and Terrible Air takes place after Disco Elysium. And deals with a lot of the stuff regarding the upcoming Innocence. We had a bit of a discussion on the possibility of HDB being a possible Innocence candidate himself, but we kind of debunked that because it'd be working against a lot of the themes of the game overall. Plus, we know from Sacred and Terrible Air that there is an Innocence on the way. And things are, without spoiling anything, a lot of the things that Harry can intuit, because Harry's not a normal person. He has got some weird connections to maybe just Revachol, but maybe he does just have like paranatural or supernatural abilities and tendencies everywhere, but we only really know of Harry existing in Revachol, so it's hard to theorize. We don't really have enough information for that, and we probably won't ever get it, which is a shame. I'm not gonna shave Harry, man. That's a crime.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum.
Listen.
The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
I love the voice that they use. Revachol is always regarded using feminine pronouns, her, she. And it's only through Shivers that you can actually hear the voice of, or the spirit of Revachol. And it's befitting that it is quite a soft, sort of caring, maternal kind of voice. Or maybe not even strictly maternal, but how would I articulate this? I've not really ever tried to. It's not quite a maternal voice per se, but there is a protectivity to it. There is a certain degree of security within the voice, and obviously, the voice, the spirit of Revachol does play a maternal role one way or another, because the spirit of Revachol loves her inhabitants. She's told Harry that directly. But it is a strange thing, out of all because the first time we started getting it in this playthrough, I highlighted that it's the only internal mechanism of Harry's whole setup that has a feminine voice. Every other conscious, subconscious mechanism that we are privy to via HDB is a masculine voice generally. His amygdala, his prefrontal cortex, all of that good shit is all presented with your typically masculine voices, which brings up some interesting ideas of like Jungian archetypes, or just like the Jungian concept of anima and animus, the male, the masculine and the feminine forces that we're all Jung believe we were all kind of built up from, rather. So we could see the spirit of Revachol being Harry's anima in a way. I haven't done that. I didn't do any note taking before Disco Elysium, man. But it's so primed for deep critical analysis, man. And I've seen some essayists try. I'm not up to the task. I'm fucking not up to it, man. And I like to think we're quite astute when we want to be on this channel. If we want to knock our heads together and really extrapolate and pull as much meaning without sounding like absolute maniacs from video games, what we're going to be doing with Final Fantasy 9, bro. Like we're going fucking full kilter with our Final Fantasy 9 reading. Disco Elysium is way above my fucking threshold for understanding. It's fucking, I wouldn't know where to begin. But Shivers is certainly it's the thing that makes me dwell on this game the most, I think. Welcome back, Ash. What is this place to you? It's free. Nope. A forward base with a coastal part of the operation.
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, a wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time.
I think a Jungian analysis of Disco Elysium would yield a lot of fruit. Certainly.
A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
Feels like a cozy hideout.
Who are you talking to? There is no one here. not even cold.
Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Because thinking about it now, we don't know anything about Harry's upbringing. We don't know anything about his parents. I would like to know what Harry's relationship with his mother was like. And probably his dad too. We'll probably never get that though.
Revachol forever.
Beautiful.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Okay, let's keep it rolling.
The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater.
Fucking hell, perfect atmospherics, man. Perfect ambiance to be fucking falling asleep to.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Yeah, just let me sleep, bro.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately?
Lately?
Anyone lately?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
So the ancient reptilian brain voice is pretty much what I interpret to be Harry's true voice. And the karaoke sequence is going to back that up very soon. It's a voice that I could never hope to emulate, man. That sounds painful. Shut up, I just want to sleep.
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Black water under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of.
Really?
Is much, much worse than that.
Why are you doing this? I just want to sleep. I can almost see the dark.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
Last dream?
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
So Harry repeatedly intuiting the end times. Without spoiling too much of the book Sacred and Terrible Air, just in case anybody does ever want to read the translation. Harry is cognizant of the fact, maybe not consciously cognizant, but he has intuited that the world is going to come to some kind of end in about 27 years from the events of Disco Elysium. And the air will smell of the apricots.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Can't wait, man. Can't wait.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Interesting. Interesting. We're going to have to go back to the church one way or another anyway, before too long. So we'll have another look at the stained glass window at Dolores Day. Morning, Kim. Right, let's go find the Sunday friend. He wasn't there last night, although we did go looking for him quite late, to be fair. Get that off for now. Where is Sunday friend? I know he's around. Oh, there we go. I know he's about here somewhere. Or ought to be.
There's no way the perp isn't here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are.
We know where Ruby is. We know where she is. We're just not addressing it yet.
Across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. Unable to piece the scattering of bullet holes looks like...
Go fuck yourself. Right, let me just do a quick Google. He only shows up at around 8 to 9 a.m. Understood. Let's pop into the church. But it's a bit premature. Basically, we're going to do a lot of work on this responsibility quest line today. We need to kill a little bit more time until we can progress that. Got any points? Yeah, I got one on deck just in case. But we'll try and keep time going pretty quickly in the game's events for today.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Reconstruct the cracked glass.
Nothing.
Come on, brother.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
What shattered this mosaic?
Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just hooligans looking for something to break.
And who is the older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence stay advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, Theriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
The motto, what does it say?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
Vie après the mort would be afterlife. No, I'm not gonna be able to get it.
And then along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Lieutenant, this used to say after life, death, after...
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Why?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
What is the RCM motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Number 4 says, I like this. Puts the fear of the god back in the... I like the other one better.
So do I.
The mother of humanism.
Christ, Harry!
A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
Well, if you want to play, if you do want to play HDB as a foe, but at least you've got the option to.
Hey. Psst.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets.
That's right, man.
Literally,
as you can see, I've only got 22.29 myself, so I'm in the clear.
That kind of stuff.
I haven't said anything like that. I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate man.
Seven-eyed lamb of global communism. Crickets.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to
it? Ain't it just? Wait, first, what's this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
I'm going to opt in. Sorry, just caught. There's a woman jogging through the alleyway with her head torch on whilst reading something on a sheet of paper at the same time. I was just fucking kind of taken aback. The brain children of Disco Elysium are communists. So, as an opportunity to further explore their mindset, I'm going to opt in.
Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, what? Firing squads? You didn't say anything about those, but...
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
All right. Roll your sleeves up further and breathe in the pristine air. Breathe in the pristine air. Breathe in the pristine air.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
Huh?
You have the headless fowl rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
What? Win who back? I can't win her back. She's a long-dead historical figure.
Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one.
I should, yes. This is a task of mine now.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for. The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting.
Looks like I can't give this figurine to her.
Why?
Because she's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
What? Is the task still on?
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. Oh.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Yeah! Woo! Alright, we're starting to kill a bit more fucking time, man. Let's just get these little XP bubbles. Very tasty, delicious. And maybe, Mazovian social economics. I'm going to spoil it and see what benefits I get. Because, well, just because, really. -1 authority, -1 visual calculus, but left-wing dialogue options give +4 XP. Not bad. How long does it take? 3 hours, 10 minutes. I don't like the stat decrease. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I do not like it too much. I don't like it. Right, let's talk to some of these fucking speed freaks, man. We still need to finish up the Egghead quest line as well.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
What was that crazy sound we had before?
Yeah! It was awesome! And scary! Very hardcore! Too hardcore, in fact! I couldn't control it! At all!
Talking about the sound that we heard when we tried listening to the little perforation in reality, the 2mm hole in reality.
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme!
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power, making it pulse.
What if this is the answer to Van Eyck's jam? We could use the sound for the bass.
But how?
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing.
Oh, the god of dance is back! I'm dancing with the god of dance!
Dance. I've been meaning to ask you, brother. What's with the hair?
It's to express my individuality.
Is it important for you to be an individual?
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical spikes.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway, goodbye, officer.
Doo-doo. Ooh, ha, he, hoo, heave, ho, heave, ho. Let's save scum, or potentially save scum, this egghead check. If anything else, just to kill a bit of time in game.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder car!
The audio onslaught can be tamed. Connect the dots. 28% chance interfacing. I could actually get my interfacing up a little. Actually, I've got the interfacing gloves on. Is there anything else I can do to get my interfacing up? Got a fair bit of gear now. And we could really do with quite a high interfacing stat for the Moralist quest line. We can't get it any higher, so let's just scum it. Unless we get it first time again.
Good morning! Yeah!
Sidechain the beat.
Yeah, sidechain it, man.
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals.
I actually do sidechain compression. Basically, when I speak, you'll hear the audio of the game or my desktop or whatever's playing elsewhere duck behind my vocals. That's what sidechain compression does effectively.
The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
A pretty good explanation. Compression is one of the harder audio concepts to explain. It's something I've never completely got my head around, although I know essentially what it does. But it is so fucking important in audio production. That can't be overstated enough. Okay, Egg, you need to start sidechaining it, brother.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Sidechaining it, brother.
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead Cop, man? Did you break him?
Just wait and see.
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Believe it. Believe it. Believe it. Believe it.
If you can believe it.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage.
It's such a good quest line, man. It deals with the end times. It's a bit nuanced, but it's believed that the tearing reality here is responsible for Harry's memory loss. Tiago, the ex-gangbanger that we were speaking to, the Crabman, he's lost a lot of his memories, and we know that the Pale has that effect on people, because this is regarded as one of the birthplaces of the Pale. It is to be believed that it is highly responsible for Harry's memory loss.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together, it's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
Yeah, there's something to be said about turning the inbound apocalypse, or the subjective anti-life, anti-reality into art. Sampling the void is something I don't think I've it's something I'd like to do for my own fucking stealth, man. But we've tamed the sound, we've made it our own.
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
This is it. This is a new era. The fabric of the world has been irrevocably altered. Who will be the innocence of hardcore anodic dance music?
Who will be the innocence of hardcore anodic dance music? Interesting. Interesting.
Yes, what is it?
Have you seen anyone suspicious, say a woman named Ruby? I'm just trying to kill like 6 minutes in game, man.
What? No.
She has not.
Hardcore.
Have you seen a redhead woman around?
No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Long shadows, short shadows, quiet shadows of local children, loud shadows, drunks, and also a shadow made of sticks. You breathe on your hands for warmth.
That's good. No neighbours to complain about noise when you get the club going.
Exactly. It's our chance to turn the grim desolation into an overwhelmingly fun dance party.
Oh, this is a good one, actually. You asked me what was eating me. There's nothing eating me, by the way.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
Well, I guess there is something that's been kind of making my life hell.
What is it?
People just keep putting their selfish interest ahead of the greater good, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, no one understands that sometimes you've got to make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress?
Don't get me wrong. I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little bit more reasonable, is all.
Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like.
Well, I told you, I'm highly distressed by this state of affairs, Estelle.
Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick?
Perhaps.
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, it really did make me feel not good.
There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
No idea. Haven't seen her. Definitely haven't called her. I don't remember a single thing about her, man.
Really? You seem pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Eyes? Hair colour?
Yep, next to nothing.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
What do you mean by selective memory?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
You might have a point there. Selective memory.
Yeah. Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Right, thanks for the bullshit site thing then.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Ooh. Yeah, we already called HDB's ex. It's never really said explicitly because fucking context clues. Actually, it kind of is in a bit. I'll eat my own words if I don't say that now. Harry's dealing with a fucking nasty breakup. That might have already been pretty obvious. But the game handles it in a way where it just keeps on baiting it. It never tells you outright until very close towards the end. Light spoilers, I guess. Let's see if Sunday Friend is here. I hope so. If not, we've got to kill another hour. But if he's here, we've got plenty to get done today. There he is.
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave. He appears completely at ease, like a common holidaymaker.
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no? What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast?
I need your help forming a committee. I'm trying to assign la responsabilité.
My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists.
Oh, but fucking strap in, Matthew Hill. Yes, sir. This is the conclusion to this quest line is something I've not completely explored. I've been right to the fucking precipice, but this is what we're going to be concentrating on. This quest line. It gets pretty weird.
God, of course it does. These moral intern types.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol, it acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of la responsabilité in this part of the world.
Full felled tracksuit, by the way, with the sword.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then? You knew there was something strange about this one. He's an astral projection, a bureaucratic phantasm. He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
I got it. You're here on a personal business.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in.
How am I supposed to contact the committee then?
Well, under ordinary circumstances, the committee contacts you.
In other words, the committee only knows what it wants to know.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer.
Coalition Warship Archer. Why do I need to go through Archer to speak to the committee?
You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol.
Hold on. It's watching us too.
And listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Myers Convention.
Artificial intelligence. Skynet.
The Bristol Moon Conventions are a series of international agreements governing the treatment of military personnel and civilians in theaters of war, as well as occupied territories. In practice, they are more talked about than observed.
So how does one go about contacting a coalition warship?
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it, so it might be safer to get in touch from the ground. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you
And here's the quest line, man.
Techno-tinkerers to do it.
Extra bureaucratic Geneva Conventions. I'm fucking very excited, boys and girls. I'm very fucking excited. There's a few ways we can go about this as well. And as part of it, we can either select Sooner, the radio programmer in the church, or we can enlist the help of our friend Noid. Is that legal?
Unauthorized circuit bending is a very serious matter with grave security implications. But as of the moment, there is no specific law forbidding it. In Revachol, at least.
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to help with.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure.
I think we'll definitely go with Noid. I'm like, in this playthrough, we came to really fucking appreciate Noid. Noid might low key be one of the smartest people in Disco Elysium, but you wouldn't expect it, man, because he's the Noid, man. He's a speed freak, but he's based Noid. Well put.
Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market. And, well, I wish to see the situation firsthand.
Base schizo shitpost, absolutely.
And then, well, I had some extra time.
Yeah, we like Noid. We like Noid.
Isn't it?
So we do get to pick from our choice of engineer, and I think we will go Noid on this occasion. Not quite my scene.
Well, you know what they say. In matters of taste, there can be no dispute. For my part, I find it quite invigorating.
Did you see all the bullet holes in that wall over there?
Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed. Fascinating how much history is contained right here, if only one knows where to look for it.
You feel like there's something you could say here, if only you really knew what was going on.
Ah bon? Always my pleasure.
Okay. And we are go to proceed in the Warship Archer Moralist questline. The results of which I've never actually seen to completion myself, because there's a few checks and there's a few barriers of entry that I simply couldn't get past in my prior playthroughs. Because I tried to do it on my last playthrough, second time I completed it. I think this will be the third time. I'm pretty sure that I'll end up completing it. But I was paywalled in game, thinking that there's only one option for one of the things we're going to need, but there's actually 3 options.
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Could you use your sign sense to help me contact a coalition warship, brother?
Trying to get in line with the big bad, are ya? Those are some serious frequencies you want to mess with.
Come on, Noid. I think we owe him.
That sounds right. He's one of us now. Yeah, alright. But if you're going to sync up...
I pretty much have invented anodic dance music, if you really think about it.
your own. You understand what I'm saying?
What about the radio relay tower at Land's End? Is that serious enough?
Not likely. Scoped that spot a while back. It's shortwave stuff, mostly commercial. Plus, it's all rusted out.
Build it ourselves! We built this nightclub, we can build anything!
Fucking yes, egg. Wait, we could build this radio transmitter ourselves, you're saying?
Yeah, maybe. Tech-wise, radio's not the spookiest thing around. Our part's finding an antenna big enough to align with those mega low frequencies.
An antenna hardcore enough to shake the whole world!
Maybe not that big, but pretty big.
Come up with a site for a mega long wave radio antenna.
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. You're standing on the plaza before the whirling in rags. The wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. From the north comes the malicious laughter of two children.
Kuno and Kunes. I already know. Turn to face the traffic circle.
You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you. A towering beast, frozen in mid-air.
The statue of Philippe III.
Centaur Man is made of metal. With the right gear, we could make it work.
Yeah! Connect the Centaur to the lorries! Unite the whole roundabout in hardcore waves!
Huh? Sounds like Egg saying you could use some of the spare cables to rig up the stalled motor lorries and increase the wavelength. Which would pretty much make the old roundabout one giant antenna.
One roundabout! One wavelength! Hardcore!
We shall call it the Herald of Destruction.
Pretty hardcore. Maybe it would be better to go with something more positive.
All right, Knight.
We have the amps! We have the cables! We're almost ready! Yeah!
He's right. All we're missing now is the transceiver itself. Soon as you find one, we'll be all set.
Radio transceiver, cool. I got this. I've seen plenty of those lying around.
Exactly. You could buy one. You could steal one.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from my kinema.
You know what, Kim? I'll find an even better radio on my own.
I highly doubt that. When I crank the volume on my dyno wave, it's like you're in the front row at the National Concert Hall.
All right, Kim. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
A cop-on-cop challenge. Not bad. Let's see what you come up with. Though I have to say, cop cars and lorries usually pack the best equipment in town.
All right, then. I guess I need to find one of these transceivers, then.
While you're gone, me and Egg will get the rest of the gear together. Meet us back here when you got it.
There are 3 transceivers we can use. One of them is at Roy's, but it cost 150 real. And I just spent 50 real on a new pair of sneakers, so we're not going for that one. There is another decent transceiver. Basically, there's 2 transceivers which are going to give us a +1 on a skill check coming up. Because we've got a pretty brutal sequence coming up. Similar, very similar to the conversation we had with Everett Clare, in that it's kind of Disco's version of a boss fight. Big quote unquote boss fight. So we're going to need to stock up on a few goodies as well, just to make sure we don't perish during what is to come. So we can get a transceiver from Royce, which we're just passing now. We get that little... Hey, come here. What? We haven't got the money for that. We can get another one out of Ruby's van. But it's not that good, actually. We can get a pretty decent one from the harbour offices, though. And that's the one we're going to get. I didn't know this. When I last tried to do this, I didn't know this. I only thought there was the one.
Waiting rooms, lounges, and other semi-public spaces all over the world.
Kim, how do I get the transceiver out of this thing?
There's usually a little switch somewhere. Ah, yes. It's the one that says release.
Flip the release switch.
The lock disengages with a nice click. You may now safely remove the transceiver unit.
Actually, maybe we do. Maybe it is the one from Ruby's truck we want. Examine the transceiver.
There's nothing obviously remarkable about it. It's about the size of a common pasta box. If this transceiver were a person, it would be an accountant at a large logistics firm. Perfectly competent, but unexceptional.
Okay, maybe it is Ruby's that we want then. I prefer a transceiver with a little more flash and style.
I don't think the people who typically buy these machines are very concerned with questions of style.
The transceiver appears slightly hurt by your comment. With its transceiver...
Let's go try Ruby's van. Oh, look at all these lovely green cycles. Oh. Nice, hella XP.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Transceiver got emotional damage.
It's unfortunate for the union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Right, well, I don't know. What are we to do about all of this union paperwork just sat here in the open? And us being investigative officers of the people's militia. Kim, I'll tell you what. I guess we are obligated to look at these this paperwork.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks.
Open the drawer.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Brow sprue brown.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Force yourself to go through the folders.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Look at the note.
It appears to be a to-do list.
I thought we'd done this.
Uneven.
We did do a few reloads though. Is this the borscht?
Remember, Lee,
yeah, it is.
Everart's shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Everart's plants. Sweep office floor. More banners. All items on the list have been crossed out.
All right, we'll do this quickly then.
It's crumpled.
We'll do this quickly. Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands for Everard.
One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list.
Take another look at the note.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Everart's plants. Sweep office floor. More banners. All items on the list. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Thinking about it now, we're going to want empathy. We're going to want empathy for what's coming up. So this might be a good opportunity to get 1 or 2 more points into empathy before we proceed with the Coalition Warship Archer shenanigans. We're gonna go talk to Leo quickly. We know what's going on here, man. They're spiking the borscht, man. They're putting vodka in the borscht in order to get the strikers nice and riled up. Oh, Boozy borscht, absolutely. Hello, Leo.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew, sure, mister.
Babada.
Willing to help out nice boy.
Right, let me just burn through this, man. He's a bit long-winded.
Go all bad.
I guess the
Easy. Look at him. Too late. Now he's talking.
yes, I'm like actually
Who is?
a real bad
Stay on this.
boy.
He
But she's a
for a
if me doctor.
law school.
Looks like
I'm not.
Telling the gardener you know her name.
Oh, yeah. It's very, very good. Yes. Oh, sure.
You didn't actually understand.
Alright, quick stop at the whirling. Then we go to Ruby's van. A lorry, rather. We get her radio. And then we're going to need to go to Fritta. Go to Fritta to get the get some health items. Get equipped for empathy and interfacing checks. And then we lock in, man. It's gonna be a bit of a difficult sequence. So, and we're not able to save scum it either. Not effectively. We'll be saving before, and we'll keep going till we get it. But yes. Other than that, I don't know the full extent of the conversation, the dialogue that's going to occur. Here is the base of operations for the antenna we're building, though. And here is Ruby's van.
Lorry abandoned by its own.
Sorry, lorry. Radio transceiver.
Takes a few moments. As you take the transceiver in your hands, the lieutenant bites his lower lip, apparently deep in thought.
funny, isn't it?
What do you mean?
The lady driver used this same radio to evade coalition authorities, and now you are using it to contact them directly. It's just ironic, that's all.
Ironic is the corporate takeover. That means we're not getting Disco Elysium 2, Kim.
Where the radio used to be, there's just a rectangular shadow now.
Examine the transceiver.
It's about the size of a small box of pasta, but much heavier. Now that you're looking at it more closely, you realize the various dials and meters make it look vaguely like a face. A distinctive triangular logo forms.
What's that called? The thing that the words with the for the thing that means people are try to see faces in patterns. I can't remember what the fucking word is.
Of Esther as Electronica, one of the major manufacturers of advanced radio equipment.
This has got to be better than your Dynawave, Kim.
An Esteras is certainly nothing to sniff at. But if you compare the feature sets, I would say they are more or less equivalent.
There's a human tendency to see faces in stuff, man. I notice it when I'm fucking tripping. When I'm on acid in the wilds, allegedly. Fucking most stone faces, most rocks or cliff faces tend to have a face for me. I can't remember what the fucking thing's called though. Pareidolia. The tendency to see faces in patterns is called pareidolia. It's a common experience that can occur when people perceive meaning in ambiguous stimuli. Examples being seeing faces in burnt toast or on tree trunks, seeing animals in clouds or brush, seeing Jesus in a grilled cheese sandwich or flour tortilla. And how pareidolia works is the brain's fusiform gyrus processes facial recognition. The brain has an evolutionary tendency to recognize faces quickly. The brain has a tendency to assign meaning to what it sees. The brain has a tendency to assign meaning to what it sees. Some evolutionary psychologists believe that pareidolia helped our ancestors survive. It may have helped them protect themselves from predators. It may have helped babies get cared for. Some research suggests that pareidolia can be used to promote cognitive flexibility and creativity during rehabilitation. It may also help people spend more time in nature and be more physically active. Weird, right? But yeah, an evolutionary trait is how I've generally understood it. But I notice when I'm on psychedelics, particular materials, particularly like rock faces or like stones, like reasonably sized stones, always tend to have faces in them for me. Fine, it appears we reached a draw, Kim.
So it would appear.
Do you think we'll actually be able to reach the coalition with this?
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation, but I have to say, it still seems like a remote scenario.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls, but there's a rectangular shadow where the radio used to be. The pull-out toolbox lies hidden under the driver's seat. Some tools have been left scattered near the pedals.
Right.
You close the rusty...
Right, we'll stop off at the whirling quickly. Yeah, pareidolia. The phenomenon wherein people perceive likenesses on random images, such as faces, animals, or objects on clouds and rock formations. How interesting. Because I didn't... That's what this definition says, man. Rock faces. Rock formations. How queer. Another thing that I always do when I'm tripping, I look at my hands and I'm like, these are fucking ridiculous. What the fuck are these? I start laughing at my hands. Always happens when I'm tripping. What the actual fuck? I just get really weirded out by the hands. But if you stop to think about what hands are, you might, and what they like, how they articulate and stuff, they are a bit weird, right? They are a bit weird. I know we've normalized the fuck out of hands because we mostly all have hands, but they're a bit fucking weird, don't you think? You think some alien species that doesn't have hands, man, they'll be like, what the fuck are those? What the actual fuck are those? Am I wrong? They're fucking weird, bro. But every time I'm tripping, and it's not been for, I've not tripped for a fucking good few years now. Actually, that's a lie. No, I was on the mushrooms a bit last year, actually. Body dysmorphia is a common reaction to psychedelics. I've experienced the same thing. And it's amusing. They don't freak me out. I just start laughing at my hands, man. I'm like, this is fucking dumb. This is so silly. Ah, man, I'm gonna have to. I haven't touched anything in a while, man. But my plug usually has some really good, like 4-gram mushroom chocolates in, man. Fucking fantastic. Like 4G. You're right on the fucking pivot. You needn't go any harder than that, man. I can't fucking talk. I remember doing a couple of streams on mushrooms, man. Fucking fantastic fun. But I can barely talk when I'm on mushroom. I just laugh. Fucking laugh at everything, man.
The whirling's cook.
Primates are defined by our hands. I say it, man. And it's just like if you just step back and observe and just look at humans on an objective level, not a subjective level, based on our experiences and our connections with other people, the human body is a bit fucking gross. It's a bit fucking weird, man. I don't see faces, but I see eyes everywhere, and it's real pretty. Yeah, that's it, man. Some of my boys see like shadow figures and stuff. A lot things like that, not in a bad way. But remember one of the times I was tripping where I was seeing a lot of faces in rock faces. One of our boys hadn't tripped before, and he was on the 2CB, and I don't visually trip on 2CB. I just laugh my fucking head off. I just find everything absolutely hilarious, man. But a lot of my boys get visual hallucinations from it, and one of our boys who hadn't done it before, man, and we were just I was howling at him because we were camping out, and we had a fire going, and there was these big rock faces all around and stuff. He was just going, what are all these lot doing? They're fucking just looking at me. They're just fucking watching me. What the fuck do you want? What are you doing? And it's like, with a big smile on his face, he wasn't freaking out, man. He was like, look, they're all fucking there just watching us. It's not just me. Look at them. They're all there, man. They're all just looking at it. What the fuck do you want? What do you want, man? It's fucking fantastic now. I see eyes, especially in trees, and it feels like God watching me and me watching back, like mirrors reflecting unto infinity. I get that sometimes. I get like borderline fractals, where if I look into like a tree line, and it begins to look a bit like an infinite, like a Mobius strip. It just, you just get moments of high definition focus. And you're just looking into tree branches, you can just see it going all the way down and all of these weird fucking good stuff, man. But to be fair, on that because it was a 2-night trip, man, I had a nasty spill. I actually had a fucking seizure, and I thought I died. It was pretty rough on my boys, pretty rough on me, man. But I had a bit of a spill. I'd taken too much stuff, man, dehydrated. And it was fucking weird, bro, because I had two spills. And it was I've never had a seizure since, but when it happened, the 2 times it happened, first time my boy was coming up the hill, it was dark and his torch flashed, went ding 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 ding. And it sent fucking lightning bolts into my fucking brain, man. Like, you get like brain zaps. But when this happened to me on this one occasion, man, and it was just a result of fucking being reckless, boys. Like, be safe, basically. I'm lucky to be here in some ways. If I hit my head, so fucking, I reeled it in after this, man. This was a good few years ago now. But I got tick tick. And my brain went, okay, we're going to turn right now, and we're not going to stop. We're just going to start turning right. So there I went. I started turning right, man. And I couldn't stop. And I just remember the fucking fear, man. This will so be up right quick. Because I couldn't stop it. And all my boys thought I was fucking about. But no, I fucking keeled over, hit the ground, and felt like I couldn't breathe. Hit the deck, looking straight up at the stars, and like a vignette, like darkness just went, and so my boys rushing over with this vignette like coming in like a fucking like a Looney Tunes sort of thing, like, and my brain just went, right, sit a bit. I guess I'm dead. But I didn't die. Just so you know, I didn't die. I did come to. They were trying to get an ambulance on the way, but I came round. And I was fine for the rest of the night, man. Just fucking freaked out, man. My biggest regret about that whole thing was the fucking putting that on my boys. Well, they went straight to work, man. They went straight to work. Morning after, went to the train station, ready to... Shouts out to Pudgy, man. We went to the train station. My boy was working at the train station at the time. It's like, all right, we'll get a drink, man, because he was working in one of the shops, the kiosks or whatever. We'll get a drink, man. So it's still early in the morning. My mate goes and puts on the fridge that has all the drinks. Dink, dink. Started turning to the right, man, in the fucking train station lobby. Hit the deck, wake up on a stretcher, getting put into the back of an ambulance. Couldn't remember my fucking name. Couldn't even remember my fucking name. That's the pale, that is. Disco Elysium shit, man. But I didn't die. And I've not had a seizure since, man. It was just, gotta watch yourself, man. It was a fucking terrifying experience, man. Terrifying. But it just goes to show, man. You've got to be safe, man. You've got to be safe, man. Put my body through too much. It wasn't like dehydration. We were drinking for 2 days. was on acid, man. I was on 2CB. I've been smoking weed. I was not looking out for my own best interests, and I'm normally quite safe when it comes to that because I don't think any drugs really are in and of themselves evil. So, like, say what you will about it, they're just molecules, you know. Like, better education is needed in a lot of these things. I don't touch anything now, really. The worst I will do these days, mushroom, maybe a little bit of acid every now and then, but mostly fucking don't touch out, man. But never had anything since. Never in terms of physiological effects. Just like, but it was just a culmination of we were session hard. We were session fucking hard, man. And something just went, I can't be arsed with this, man. Fucking brain just went like that. But it was such a weird thing to be cognizant of when it's happening. Like, my brain's motorics, like, were just completely overridden. I was like, well, why the fuck are we turning right? I didn't give my body permission to do this. And I can't stop it. Happened twice, man. And it's never happened again since. For a while, I was a bit avoidant of, like, flashing lights. But nah, it was just a one-off. Just being a fucking idiot, boys. So, fucking just a bit of a warning, especially to you whippersnappers. All you whippersnappers that I know love this stream, man. Ashley says, it's why I tend to stay sober when others are using or drinking, so I can be the one to make sure peeps are okay. No judgment at all them peeps that use it, as long as you're all safe. I can be the one to make sure. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's it. We're all here to look after each other, man, but, you know. Does help to have individuals like yourself, man. I think it was either Alan Watts or Terence McKenna who put it best in my opinion. Once you get the message, hang up the phone. Yeah, I'll get that, man. I mean, I've done DMT and stuff since, man. Not full blown deep plunge, but I've had the calling to a degree. I've had the you're on the fucking precipice. You want to listen, man. We can make time for you, but you need to make a decision, Moose. You need to make a decision. And I was like, nah. Not this. I'm not on this occasion, boys. Not on this occasion. And when I say boys, I'm referring to mechanical elves and the divine feminine and all that posh. You know what I mean? That was the last time I was dabbing on the DMT a little bit. It was like, all right, we can see that you're there, Moose. It's up to you, son. It's up to you, but you're gonna have to make a decision. And I just went, next time, lads. Next time. It'd be fun, but I don't think I'm ready for it yet. I remember seeing myself from above once at a festival before going blank. Substance abuse goes hard. Yeah, absolutely, man. And I recommend it. I recommend everybody has a bad spell with... You need to learn some lessons. Obviously, I don't recommend binging until you get a hard no from the cosmos. I'm lucky to be here, man. I'm lucky to be here. Because if I bounced my bounce off a rock, and I was out in the wilderness, bro, there was plenty of rocks to bounce off. I'm telling you, like, it's a gift. It was a warning, absolutely. Also died once after being handed a nose spray bottle without any context. What was it? And it says, just had this calm realization. Oh, okay, I think I've got it now. Didn't have anything more for me to say. I think I got my lessons from psychedelics for now, at least. Fentanyl, most like Christmas, brother. Yeah.
As you step in,
God bless.
And says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make.
The Antichrist.
Garanzi.
The Antichrist. Ah, fucking hell, man. Look, because I grew up. I was raised by an addict for 10 years. Which I almost regard as fortunate in a way, obviously. But I don't have fortunately, I don't have much of a proclivity for addiction because I've been given a lot of opiates in my time, from the NHS, mind. And I like opiates as well. I'd never willing, and I know you were Spike, brother. I know you didn't go down that road willingly. But I'm pretty sure if I was in the same situation, at the same time, same circumstances, I'd have hit that too. You know? I wouldn't these days. But there's been times where I've been at festivals and I've just been offered something and I just go, Yeah, fucking right, boys. And fortunately, it's never been anything too fucking mental, man. But Christmas. Had a blast, though. Had people... Yeah, bless you, man. I bet, yeah, this is what... opiates... In another timeline, opiates tore me apart, man. Not this one. I can promise you that, because I've had plenty of opportunity, but fortunately, because of my experiences and my exposure to these certain forces in my past and seeing what they can do to a motherfucker, I've always got a little voice in the back of my head that'll just go, all right, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. I'll never go too hard, man. I've seen people addicted to all sorts, man. Stimulants, booze, downers, but I've been fortunate enough never to go too far down that road myself, man. No, grew up with a lot of wreckheads, man. A lot of wreckheads. A lot of people I don't speak to anymore. A lot of people I still like and I've got respect and time for if I ever bump into him. But fucking hell, man. You ride that line hard when you're younger, man, definitely. And when you're older, you're like, shit. Fucking hell. This is my early 20s. Yeah. That's it, man. That's it. Fucking time, place, man. It's just like everybody thinks everybody's got everybody's best interest at heart, man. Shouts out to Alex Robinson. Good to see you, brother.
Okay, it's definitely not his name.
Welcome to the fantasy.
Sounds like an absolute fantasy land. Well, it is, but I'm gonna go and get inside it. Come and join me in the fantasy.
We're doing the Moralist quest line. We're gonna go talk to the Coalition Warship Archer. We've just had a little symposium, a little seminar about our various encounters with certain substances because of Disco Elysium. But yeah, I forgot my name, bro. So as much as Harry forgetting his name can be blamed on the pale, but not necessarily. I remember being on that stretch and just being like, I don't fucking know. What's your name, man? I'll have your name, man. Used to drink too much, haven't touched into a good man. Good man. That's it, man. Fucking hangovers. The idea of a hangover terrifies me, man. Congratulations, brother. Absolutely. Fucking difficult. I grew up with an alky. And it was fucking...
The man.
Yeah, but what's your name? I fucking... What's a name, man? What the fucking names are useless to me. It's like, I don't fucking know. I was completely I was just so over it as well. Like, I remember just looking at the ceiling of the ambulance and just going, oh, I'll have yours if you want, man. What's yours? If I like the sound of it, I'll just take yours. I'm a new man now. So I can relate to HDB so much. Just like, I don't know what my fucking name is, man. I know what it feels like. I had a time in lockdown where I was drinking nearly a bottle of rum a day. Yeah, man. I was on the rum hard, brother, during lockdown. Yeah, me, Pod and Jake were the three musketeers of alcoholics during lockdown, man. Woo! Were we ever? Fucking brutal, man. Lockdown does to a motherfucker. Christ. Yeah, bless you, Ash. I lost my wig during lockdown, man. Lost my wig. Pretty sure most of us probably did, to be honest. For a while, I was like, this is brilliant. This is fucking fantastic, man. I've got no agency. I've got no responsibility. This is my ideal. We just played fucking World of Warcraft and fucking drank. It's fucking... it was great. Fucking loved it. But... then I lost my mind for a good month. What is in that borscht you're making there?
The man said a couple of sentences in that strange language.
I revel in the madness, like
seems to wait.
I revel in anarchy and madness, man. But when you can't recognize it in yourself, man, it's tricky. Everybody kind of slipped a little bit, I think.
I'm pretty sure he asked you a question.
Yeah, that's it, man. For a while, it's like, oh, everybody's got my lifestyle now. This is great, man. This appeals to me because now I don't have to feel bad about being a fucking cynical hermit, which is what I still do to this day, because that's my proclivities. That's where my sensibilities lie, man. That's what I enjoy. But it was unnatural for everybody to be like that, man. It was unnatural, and my Realm was the Discord server was completely different, man. We were having calls with like 15 to 20 people in a night, and we're all like, yeah, man, we're fucking best buds, man. We're fucking. Well, most of those people aren't in the server anymore, but everybody was kind of like, I need something to lean on, man. You know what I mean? So we created we tried to cultivate a sense of normalcy, man. We were doing like movie nights, games nights, and stuff like that, and it was good. But we were all drinking all the fucking time, man. Fucking drinking, and it was great fun. But yeah, at what cost? At what cost?
He doesn't know.
Good fun though.
Just say something cool in return.
Mercury Rising. Yeah, man. I know. I don't want to advocate for it. Another one, man. Like this is what I thrive in madness. So when everybody was mad at the same time, I was like, this is peak. This is fantastic, man. But it wasn't like the collective unconscious wasn't in a healthy state. Everybody was trying to make the most out of a very dire situation. And to try and get used to that, or to try and make the best out of the worst, can rewire the synapses and your reward systems in a less constructive manner than they probably would be if hedonism wasn't being rewarded so regularly. We're on fucking cloud 9, man. But party like the world, yeah, absolutely, man.
Okay.
Like I say, I even though I'm like, oh, it was fucking good time, man. I did lose my fucking wig, but I lose my wig anyway, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. I got talking to Baby properly during lockdown as well, and she's clicked a few things back into place, man. 'Cause she's way more on her shit than I am. Like I'll always revel in some degrees of madness. Like that's just who I am. I don't like being completely sane. But you need a foundation, you know. And she annoys me to no end with how grounded she is. But it's a necessity, man.
Honestly.
No, we need a true party like the world has ended before World War III and Pandemic 2.0. Absolutely. No vodka.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait.
Same people are boring. We all want a ticket to hell because that's where the cool kids are. Exactly, man. Fucking.
Gets his attention. They're friends.
Absolutely, man. I would fucking polar opposites as well, because I can't handle relationships, boys and girls. Like, just fucking can't.
The theme on that pinball machine.
Whoa!
Is the standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavor cigarettes.
What are its hallmarks?
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Where do I get such a crown?
It comes free with a 6-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic.
I'd rather know about the world of today.
The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the royalists is itself winding down.
I can relate to that. I need a real grounded, loving partner in the relationships because I'm too much of an airhead. Need a good woman to hold you down, else you're going to end up circling the apartment, avoiding shadow folks, snapping your fingers for stimulation every so. Absolutely, man. Fucking right. That's it. It is to keep me grounded, man. Because I'm wired in a particular, like, yeah, it's for me, love and affection is respect and loyalty. I don't have that Disney love in me. I just don't have it. Just don't have it, which has made it very difficult for pretty much all of my partners in the past, because I just, and I can emulate it, but it's not original. It's not authentic to me, and eventually that just bleeds through. So I've always been very honest with BB in that regard, man. I remember it was very fucking, it was a very frustrating or scary experience before I got with her. Because I was like, you need to understand, man, that I don't have that fairy tale in me. I just don't have it. I see people as equals, man, and some people do more good for me than others, you know. And it's difficult. It's difficult because most of my partners have been the opposite, man. Very affectionate and very companionship oriented. That's just not me, man. I'm a pretentious weirdo dickhead that needs to always feel like they don't have an equal, that always needs to feel like they are beating their own drum and aren't agreeing with too many people or aren't allowing anybody to agree with me all too often. I'm a fucking contrarian, and I don't like things. I overcomplicate things, and I have to, and I take great pleasure in all of this, by the way. This isn't me giving myself a dressing down. This is me just pointing out what I've noticed about myself. It's like I've got a weird obsession with individualism that I clutch onto for my art, and that's why I wear the fucking ears. That's why I cosplay as a fucking goblin. It's all everything coalesces. Everything coalesces. Everything happens for a reason, boys, girls, and in betweens. It's like, yeah, right. Well, no rapper. I've seen people. I was just watching people on YouTube. It's like, right, this motherfucker's wearing washing up gloves. That's his gimmick. I'm seeing. All right, Fetty Wap has got he's got an eyeball missing. Right, yeah, that's so original. So original. I'm noticing all of these gimmicks, man. I'm like, I'll show you a gimmick. I'm gonna start rapping with the elf ears on, and that is my my passive aggressive artillery in a way. And I bet, to be honest, most people just get along with it these days. People don't even really mention it. We have a few people that come in, very, very rarely though, way more rare to see people come in and try and offend me. For wearing the ears, it doesn't actually happen that much. It's fucking weird. So I'll just keep on doing it, man. But it's like when people come through and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing, man? Wearing those gay ears, man?" It's like you've lost, and I didn't have to do anything. It's a fucking everything is life is just, the world is a stage. You see, the world is just a stage. We'll be playing Final Fantasy 9 tomorrow. I found a radio transceiver. I need to fucking crack on with this, man.
Through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got.
No, it must be this smoking, man. I started smoking this week or last week because dramas with Mr. Feng. Rest in peace, Mr. Feng, by the way. And I think it's just made me more philosophical. I'm a bit of a. I've said this before, man. Before I got back on the cigs, and it's only a temporary thing. Sitting on the back step, man. Just sorting things out. Man. Man, this conversation is gonna segue perfectly into Final Fantasy. Like this idea of the world being a stage. A lot of Shakespearean stuff is gonna make a lot of sense when we get into Final Fantasy 9 tomorrow. I need to fucking crack on though. I've only got like an hour left to finish the fucker. Somebody was using this to coordinate a drug smuggling operation.
Thought I felt a special sign coming off this one. I'll just have egg pop in a frequency dial.
Yeah, man. It's going to be interesting. FF9OG say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. With Maguri. We're giving him had nothing else. And I've got a shitload of notes already.
Rarely has there been a more apt pairing of man.
I'm sure we will, brother.
This is a
I'm sure we will.
Of great success.
You're all here right now, man, so as long as it happens quickly.
Alright.
We won't dislocate too much.
Ready to do this. I have to warn you though, once we commit, there's no stopping until we've seen it all the way through.
Take it from Noid here.
No pauses, no second chances. This is our shot. You got it. So any cop prep you got to do, you do it now. We'll wait if we have to.
Yeah, I should get some things in order first.
Do what you have to do. Hardcore shit. Like Egg said.
Right, let's lock him. Let's lock him. Let's lock him. Ooh. Right, a bit of a point of no return for our Disco Elysium playthrough. I don't know what's going to happen here. I've kept myself in the dark on this sequence. It's one of the only sequences or the big set pieces in Disco Elysium that I am pretty much unaware of. I know the general context. Well, we'll see what happens, man.
Rest of the crew has got to stay here. Can't afford to let the beat drop right as we're getting off the ground.
Much love to my hardcore antenna brothers.
Good luck, guys.
Try to squeeze in a promo spot while you're on air. We've got to start putting the word out.
Back across the water now. At least we're getting our exercising today.
You can grab that amplifier, officer. And you start spooling up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
I've never heard this song before. Can't wait to get copyright flagged for it. Can't fucking wait. Oh, I didn't buy any fucking healing goodies, did I? Right, we'll see how it goes, man. All this to start, yeah, that's it, man.
Just plug that in there, would ya?
It's done. I believe we are ready.
Oh fuck! Right, I ought to have stocked up a little bit, but I was talking about fucking.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be.
All sorts.
Grab one of these can sets, both of ya. I've got it rigged so that we can all listen, but only your cop talk will broadcast.
All right, Noid.
No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this thing on. So be prepared for anything. Trick is to keep transmitting your request until the big bad acknowledges ya. You got that?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Good. We're live in 2, 1.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with fast falling snow.
Where's the sound coming from?
Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez.
Tea kettle? And then she shat on a turtle!
Scattered thunderstorms over Ozone.
Hey, Lawman! We're waiting on ya!
Coalition Warship Archer. This is RCM Officer Tequila Sunset. Please acknowledge.
You're all alone out there, wandering a blasted heath, calling out to the night. But there is no reply, except for the buzzing of invisible machines. The lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. Nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Give it another go!
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Tequila Sunset. Please acknowledge.
Nein, Liebling. unseren Jungen nach Redeposten. Einen dieser Dinger.
Yeah. Hello, Archer? Do you acknowledge?
Marianne hat mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr derselbe ist, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Graz zurückgekommen ist. Natürlich halten wir die Psychologen für vollkommen normal, aber sie hat das Gefühl,
Aesthetic, man.
mit einem Fremden zusammenzuleben.
Look at everything is... All the conditions are crispy as fuck.
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Noid, I think we're getting some entroponetic crosstalk.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind. Er kann doch auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
Is that what you call those radio spookers? Didn't know they had a technical name.
Oh, we taught Noid something today.
Either way, you gotta keep it up till we get through.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Tequila Sunset. If you're there, Archer, please acknowledge.
Again.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Tequila Sunset. Do you acknowledge?
It's gone now. A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
What are you talking about, Kim? It's perfectly nice out.
I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls over the connection.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
Are you going to tell me you didn't say that either?
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
Must be entroponetic crosstalk. It's the only explanation.
So your partner's haunting himself, trying to warn him off his current path, most like.
It's eerie for certain, but also harmless. I just wish I could remember what I was talking about.
Natürlich halten wir die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
What can we do about it?
You just have to embrace the spookiness. Now give it another go.
Sir Froggle says, she obviously said, do you want total war? Is that right? I wish I'd kept up with my German, man. There was probably a time in my past I would have been able to understand that. I've got a few German friends as well, but they're not fucking gamers. I just love Sir Froggo's fucking profile picture. Good to have you. Welcome to the fantasy. Coalition Warship Archer, do you acknowledge this is Tequila Sunset?
But someone has been maintaining it.
Hotel and Krieg is Total War. Gotcha.
Sunset, please acknowledge.
Archer, this is Tequila Sunset. Can you hear me?
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind. Warship Archer, please identify.
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single strand from a tangle of hair.
This isn't looking good. The radio spookers are winning.
What can we do?
Don't know. If we can't get around the interference, we're in deep trouble. Hold on. I think Ed gave me some sort of checklist.
Checklist. Right, I'm gonna say now, we probably won't finish tonight. Without rushing. Which is fine. We're not gonna rush this out the door, but I'm thinking now. We've got to do this. Ruby, Tribunal, and the final sequence. So let's not rush it. We'll finish it tomorrow. Let's just let it go. We don't stop till it's done. Exactly. We don't rush it. We'll make sure everybody gets out at a decent time, man. Because it's always a bit of a strain. I know what you mean, though. Because sometimes it's nice to push through, but yeah, I'd say we tick this off properly tomorrow and just let the game breathe as we have been doing. One of the German bits said, "Of course, the psychologists consider him perfect." Interesting. I wonder who they're regarding. Interesting.
Says here, main step, volume to the max.
No, let's split screen.
That's not too helpful.
At once.
Okay. It also says, inspect connections for hardcore clarity. So let's try that.
How am I supposed to inspect the connections?
My guess, you climb up the centaur, man. See if there's anything obviously interfering with them. Maybe you've got some technical law science.
This isn't exactly your area of expertise.
If I was to do a magic show in Las Vegas, this would probably be the music I'd do it to as well.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar, but you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed to do about it.
I'd wear a cloak.
Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is dangerous.
No time for uncertainty. Okay, let's do this. Flipping off here and dying from a fucking brain hemorrhage is probably definitely going to be an option here. This is the most animation the game's seen so far. Fucking hell. Go on, Harry. What the fuck are you doing, Harry?
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar.
He's a mad cunt, isn't he?
You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument.
There's definitely some... Whoa! There's definitely something being said here by having Harry mount the horse. Get it shagged, man.
That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
Oh, fuck off, man. It didn't even roll anyway. Examine the connections.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter it cannot slip. Truth be told, you have no idea what you're looking for. It just looks like a cord attached to a piece of metal. You pick at the colourful rubber jacketing, not sure what else to do.
Well, what's it look like?
Connections look fine to me, brother.
Huh. I don't know what to do then.
Do be Bojack coded. To be honest, HDB do be Bojack coded.
Hang on. I'm looking at Egg's checklist. He says...
Harry do Bojack. Shit.
Bend antenna. Narrow is the hardcore way. That make any sense to you?
Complete sense. What are we supposed to use to bend the antenna, however?
It says here, muscle style.
Right. And what good is that supposed to do?
Good question. Maybe he's saying we're casting too wide a net. Gotta narrow our receiving band so we pick up the big bad without the spookers. Since you're already up there, I say you should do it.
The speed freak is right. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now.
Look at Philippe III.
You are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about his features seems bizarrely distorted. Not intentionally. It's a matter of perspective. The king was never meant to be seen from such an angle as you've attained.
I like that. The king was never meant to be seen from such an angle as you've attained. Got another one of the German lines. Marianne tells me the psychologists consider Oscar to be completely normal since he came back from Grad on an airship, but she has the feeling that she has been living with a stranger since his return. Ooh.
His imperious gaze leads you naturally to his outstretched hand.
Ooh, intrigue. Intrigue alert. Intrigue alert.
Sadly,
intrigue.
Rat alert.
You can't help but feel that saber you picked up might just give this older king a little more panache and better reception.
That's why I always date women that carry swords.
Come on. Kings and sabers are so played out. There's a better way.
Catch the saber.
To your surprise, the saber's hilt fits quite snugly in the statue's hand. The king cuts quite the triumphal figure now.
There is no way that is going to make any difference.
Kim.
Nah, every bit helps. We need this antenna to be as hardcore as humanly possible.
Saber actually does help. Just leave it. Look at the horse.
This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition.
Don't look down. I'm not gonna look down. I'm not gonna look down. I'm gonna look up.
A clear sky.
I'm not gonna look down.
Kind of day where anything might happen. Across the river, you can see Coalition warship Archer tracing its gradual circuit above Revachol East.
You fucking joking! Oh, it's a disaster. Ah, Zif, brother. Come the fuck. Right, what now?
You allow the broken hunk of metal to clatter to the ground. It wasn't clear to you it did anything anyway.
Nein, Liebling.
Huh? Sounds like that was a false move. Signal's even worse now.
Let's quit while we're ahead and run that back. Welcome back, Seal. We had a fucking awful bit of luck. Awful bit of luck with that roll, man. There's a 16% chance that we wouldn't get it, and we didn't get it. Right.
Rest of the crew is
much love to my hardcore antenna brother.
Out to the max. We've done all right with the saves coming, man, but it's we've definitely saves cummed a bit. Definitely saves cummed.
fire officer, and you start spooling
Just
up
a little
those
bit.
cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
Well, that's the hope, man. But I have a feeling that's going to be one of the early checks. So I want to get that one. I need to get that one. I'm a save scummer too, but don't worry. I'm fucking glad. Bright future for Matthew Hill there. Saves coming in is our way of dealing with death. It's a postmodern way of dealing with our inevitable demise. There is a hardcore mode. Maybe when we rotate back around to Disco Elysium in the future, because I imagine we will at some point. It's nice to revisit games as a movement, as a community. Maybe we'll try hardcore.
Just plug that in.
It's done.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these cans. No.
Right, I'll burn through all these. Just get back to where we were.
Good.
A soft rut every.
Hey, no man. We'll
I'll pick the same options.
Nervous.
give it another.
You can't make out a word of this.
Is that what? Either way. Again.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine.
I didn't.
Someone has been.
An uncomfortable.
It's been a long week.
I promise you.
So you're.
It's.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen.
You just have to embrace the spooky.
But someone has.
He's the average benefit for donates. Oh no, that was all right, man. That was all right.
The signals are getting increasingly.
I don't mind anarchy in my chats, man. Trust.
Looking good. The radio.
Now, Pudgy, what did you see at the cinema anyway? I forgot to ask.
Don't know. Said my guess. You climb up the centaur.
This isn't.
Someone has been.
Centaur.
Something. Images of your body smashed.
Fucking hell, man. Memoir of a Snail. Any good? Oh, I've heard good things. Do you like it more than Nosferatu? I will say, homie, like, I think I liked Nosferatu a bit more than you, but I did find it fucking hilarious. I was laughing at bits I shouldn't have been laughing at. I did like Nosferatu. You want to eat my soup? I think you should eat my soup.
You don't exactly cut a live-sim figure, but after several moments...
But I did find Nosferatu way funnier than The Witch. And yeah, Nosferatu is the biggest case of post-cum fucking clarity in media history. I hated it so much, still waiting on a faithful jacket. Oh, bless you, man. I can understand why people didn't get along with it, man. I'm a bit of an Eggers fanboy. I just like the director, and I like Willem Dafoe and Ralph Ineson as well. Too sad to jerk off.
An embarrassment.
Yeah, that's fair, man. I do think it was the weakest of the Eggers horror sphere so far.
The connection, it truth be told.
Well, hang on. I'm looking at Eggers'
I just found too much of it a bit too funny. And not enough of it. There was only one bit I was like, ooh, that's a good bit of horror. Ooh. Lighthouse is seriously some next level. Yeah, absolutely, man. Fucking Willem he's found a good. I hope Willem Dafoe ends up in a lot. I hope he has a bit of a Tarantino streak in him where he keeps casting a lot of the same actors. He laughed. I probably would have laughed in the theater as well, man. I only recently watched The Northman after watching Nosferatu, and thought that The Northman wasn't. I don't think I've seen Northman actually, but I've seen Eggers' critical analysts that I do like talk about it. Check out Novum if anybody's into like your media analysis on a really autistic level. I'm talking like 6 to 7 hour analysis of movies. Novum is creme de la creme. Does his research, man. I like to think I'm pretty good at research, man. But Eggers, top of his game for research, and in terms of media analysts, Novum is a fucking diamond. I do heavily recommend his channel. I'm a bit of I can happily sit and watch a 7 to 10 hour discourse on a fucking movie and be happy as land, just be sucking on my thumb the whole way through.
Good question.
I need to watch The Northman then. I'll get that downloaded.
The speed freak is right. You are not his you can't help. Come on. Kings and sabers are so laid out. There's a better way.
When I was watching Lighthouse, I've seen Willem Dafoe masturbating and then started to masturbate too. Touch my heart, man.
To your surprise, the sabers...
Yeah, man after my own heart. A frog after my own heart, sir.
Nah, every bit helps. We need this antenna to be as hardcore as humanly possible.
Where's Cherry at, by the way? Where's Cherry? We haven't had many fucking cum-related jokes in the chat recently. Where's Cherry gone? I hope he's all right, man. I'll give him another shout. Shouts out to Froggo for getting our quota of cum-related humour back in the chat, man. What a weird thing to remind me of Cherry. I just don't get my cum-fueled humour in the chat as often anymore. Where's Cherry? I hope he's all right, man. Northman is his Hollywood movie, so all the independent artistic qualities of the other movies you like, you will probably find missing. Gotcha. Yeah, you need to. Up-and-coming directors need to play ball first. Once they've hit their first fucking moneymaker, then generally Hollywood will go, all right, you get a bit more freedom now. So that's how we got Lighthouse. That's how we got Witch, the Vivitch. And like Novum's video, Midsommar, I'm a big fan of as well. Hereditary, A24 Horrors. generally. Novum's done really good discourses on Hereditary, Midsommar, another one of my absolute favourites. Lighthouse. Oh, did he do? Yeah, no, he did do Lighthouse. Lighthouse. He's working on a Nosferatu. He's done a really good video on Alien, 1979. Fucking really good. Really, 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 really good. It's all about vaginas.
Looks like it's working. Keep going. Just a bit more.
Nein, Liebling.
Hey, watched it over BB's birthday with her dad, who's never seen it, and yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. You might like Nosferatu after the Novum video comes. Yeah. I probably will. To be honest, I'm glad somebody else is up on Novum. He's I think his discourse on that will be pretty. He just does his fucking research, man. When we get into Final Fantasy 9 later this week, you'll see my research games start to come out a little bit. But fucking hell, man, I appreciate these boys, man. I'm gonna get on the media analysis circuit at some point.
The signal is clear.
Oh, Boys Afraid is yeah, man.
This is another voice.
Yeah, a fucking difficult watch.
Of this invisible bridge.
Like that was just Ari Aster just going. Ari Aster's got some big, tall skeletons in his closet, man. I don't know what's going on there.
Try it now.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is RCM Officer Tequila Sunset. Please acknowledge.
Officer Sunset, this is Coalition Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting you.
There it is. The big bear. Now be quick. I'll keep us alive as long as I can.
There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you some time, but you can't forget what you're really here for.
Sounds about right, to be fair. Midsommar was his breakup movie. And just fucking brilliant, man. Fucking brilliant.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request?
I think I can only ask this thing through like 3 questions. And we're on track to get an alternate ending here. Who am I speaking with?
You are currently speaking with Coalition Warship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachol.
Imagine catching Joseph Goebbels' speech through grey matter. Fucking hell, man. Poetic. Sure, but who are you? I need to know your name.
Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be. You were never very good at this sort of thing.
I got a godly... I bet I was close. Yeah, I needed a 16, got a 14.
There's something in the way she
These are some beefy checks.
Always with the first person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she represents.
Just one thing, why do you keep referring to yourself with the plural?
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Coalition Warship Archer, which in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally, which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world.
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
But when I'm talking to you, it's like I'm talking to all of humanity.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Inter's umbrella, in Seoul, Samara, and elsewhere. At most, you might say the Moral Inter represents between a quarter and a third of humanity.
A quarter and a third of humanity. And what of the remaining 2/3 or 3/4?
Perhaps you could say that we represent the interests and hopes of a great many people. But you could say, just as easily, that we are the assistant to the secretary of a factotum, no more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common fleet.
We are the assistant to the secretary of a factotum. Factotum. An employee who does all kinds of work. No more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common fritter.
It all depends on your perspective.
Who is the factotum?
Why? The archer itself. But now, we've wandered quite far afield. What was your request?
What does the moral intern really want?
A very important question, with a very simple answer. We want humanity to endure. Beyond that, it may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's legacy.
A factotum would be like a vertical human centipede, right? Beyond that, it may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's legacy, so they are humanists.
Dolores Day. So beautiful.
Right, and that legacy is?
Immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. Nothing
What, are
less
people still horizontal? It's a good question.
foundation of our modern force.
That's a good question. I guess it depends what you would deem to be horizontal. Question for the ages. Some real philosophy going on tonight, boys and girls.
The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologians. Eschatologians.
I'm learning. Eschatology is the study of the world, of the end of the world, or the final events in human history. Whoa, that sounds like my kind of fucking... That sounds like my kind of steez, man. Oh. Fucking hell, man. Never heard of that before. I'm diving into that 100%, man. Beautiful. Read the Book of the New Sun. Fucking yes, man. I absolutely will. Let me make a note of that right now. Book of the New Sun. I fucking love the name of I love the title already. And eschatology. Fucking phenomenal, boys and girls. Ooh. All right. My throat's dry. Right. Right, and that legacy is immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. Nothing less than the intellectual foundation of our modern order. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from the ideological highwaymen and eschatologians. Christian denominations are often eschatological in nature, so that's probably why I've got, because I've said a few times, I'm not a religious or a spiritual person per se, but I've always had a massive source of religion's always been a big well of intrigue for me ever since I was a little kid, man. I don't really know what spurred that on, other than, well, I do. It was Final Fantasy. It's absolutely Final Fantasy. If you've read my primary school reports, there's comments in almost every year of me always being very curious and asking questions about religion and stuff like that. They tried. I went to Christian schools, man, so they did their best. Well, actually, it was half-assed, man. They don't really try and indoctrinate anymore, really. It doesn't feel like. it just nothing ever clicked for me like that. But I've always had a big interest in the Bible, and it's made its way into a lot of my world building stuff. And obviously we talked about a lot of Jewish mysticism stuff with Final Fantasy, so it all makes sense. Like the rationale, the subconscious rationale for me being innately invested and intrigued in religious mythology and talking to people from different religions and stuff. You're gonna love it. It's by Gene Wells. Shouldn't be hard to find. Fucking yes, bro. Fantastic. Can't wait for that. Recommend Robert Scythia Redemption Through Sin. I'll put that on the list as well, brother. Fucking yes. Keep these coming in, because I will be going on. I do want to hit the critical analysis circuit at some point, man. It'll probably either start with Fear and Hunger, Final Fantasy 8 or Final Fantasy 9. Probably Final Fantasy 9. Get more clicks. So I love recommendations like this as well. I'll plug the Discord as well before we're through, boys, just in case any of you do want to drop in. Right, what is this balance of terror theory?
It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another.
Holds the durable, lasting peace is possible. So it's the threat of nukes, right? It's the old catch-22 of big bombs, when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another.
Because
Kaczynski's Unipolar Manifesto or Klaus Schwab's Fourth Industrial Revolution. Choose.
Powers are incentivized to de-escalate
I might.
before they reach the point of no return.
You might see like laser sights dotted all over my chest, if I even try to. But suffice to say, I grew up playing Quake, so yeah, fucking blow shit up, brother. Fucking yes, man. If I could rocket jump in real life, don't you think I would? Do you think I would be here right now? I used to be anti-nuclear weapons, but after what happened to Ukraine, denuclearization seems like a con. Fucking the great Hideo Kojima ran a social experiment, and I'm actually forgetting how it ended. Well, Kojima wanted everybody to deactivate their nukes in Metal Gear Solid 5. I don't know if anybody remembers this. And I think I'd remember if it was a complete success. But yeah. It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another. Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity befalling its own people, all powers are incentivized to de-escalate conflicts before they reach the point of no return. But what if states aren't rational?
A state is like any other living thing. It wants to survive and grow. A state that doesn't value its own existence is not a state at all.
Who are the highwaymen and eschatologians you mentioned?
There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. They claim to have resolved the inherent contradictions of moralism and believe they're just one revolution away from establishing a humanist paradise. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to Doloreanism. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day's reign simply represents a glorious phase of expansion within a greater Franco-Nigerian heritage. They criticize the DeLorean project for accepting and integrating new peoples rather than forcefully subjugating them. And then there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted many of our same rights and iconography, though they persist in rejecting the umbrella of moralism.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
Is moralism the only political route that can lead to an alternate ending such as this? Vaasa is a city in Finland. Interesting. Like I say, Elysium, or the RPG that Elysium and the world of Elysium and Disco Elysium, the RPG foundation that this game rests on is made up of a quote bootleg Finnish RPG tabletop system that they used to run before they got into game development. So it's been very useful having you here, Auntie. Absolutely. I'm glad because Disco Elysium is a very important piece of media. Very, very important, and we're not going to get a sequel, brother. So it's nice to be able to experience this with you in one way or another. Are there non-ideological threats to humanity's future?
Yes. Atomic war, environmental degradation, resource exhaustion, viral pandemic, supervolcanism, runaway anthroponetic
Talk about
collapse.
this. I'll link the Sacred and Terrible Air on the Discord, because we're not normally, you know, we've been telling people not to buy Disco Elysium, and I don't think anybody should. I could get into the reasons, but we'll get into that spiel when we finish. But you know, if there is anybody that hasn't played this and would like to, just get in touch. We'll hook you up. Don't buy it. For reasons. But I will link Sacred and Terrible Air as well, because I'm going to be reading it. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you probably listen. When I say don't buy it, we can help you get it. You probably know what I fucking mean. Don't buy it.
If the
But
opportunity
play it. You should experience it. It is a fucking masterwork. It immediately became one of the best RPGs that's ever been made, and ever since I've not been able to find an RPG that fills that fucking void, man, in a way, because I'm getting old now, and I'll keep on talking about this, man, but just for the people that have joined us fresh here today, like, I'm getting too old for fucking RPGs where you're just hacking people's heads off the whole way, man. I want to fucking talk to people, man. I want to sit down and fucking play dice with motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Absolutely. I'll get Sacred and Terrible Air up, because I'm going to be reading it as well over the weekend, certainly.
This is why it is critical for the
Disco Elysium is the only game I can give 10 out of 10 rate.
peace and cooperation.
Yeah, I think it earns that.
There's simply too much at stake.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the controversies when we finish, because it is a bitter irony what happened to the Elysium IP. It's kind of cosmic comedy in a way. It's fucking it's poetic, but it's not in a good way. But it's quite disturbing what this game sets out to discuss and bring to the table, only to have the reality of its existence rejected by the very powers that it works to criticize. It's really fucking sad. So I'll crack on for now. I don't want to get too distracted because fucking hell, my head's in 7 different places at the moment. But we will finish by talking about it. It's one of the reasons we don't want to rush tonight. Like, we are approaching an alternate ending, not the quote unquote true ending. But we've got about half an hour left on stream. I don't want to keep people late. We'll continue tomorrow, and I imagine we'll box it off tomorrow, because this was the bigger thing I wanted to do. And then we'll spend a little bit of time just talking about it, I think. Right, let me catch up. Are there any non-ideological threats to humanity's future? Yes. Atomic war, environmental degradation, resource exhaustion, viral pandemic, super volcanism, runaway entrepreneurial collapse. This means pale. Logic check. If the opportunity presents itself, perhaps you should mention the 2mm hole you recently discovered. This is why it's critical for the international community to work toward peace and cooperation between nations. There is simply too much at stake. Where does... no. In what sense is the moral intern the steward of Dolores Day's legacy?
It was established by many of the same founding party members who elected Dolores Day, and who, after her assassination, dedicated their lives to the continuation of her political and intellectual projects.
Where does the RCM fit into all this?
The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists under the umbrella of the moral intern. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly of the coalition.
You mean because of the decomptage?
We are not that familiar with RCM lore and practice, but we believe that may be the case. As we recall, the decomptage originated with the Revacholian commune itself.
There is some truth to that.
I just switched over to my pad.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working towards the same ends.
So you're saying the RCM is a vestige of Revachol's communist past?
One now, committed to upholding moralist values. Strange, isn't it?
Fucking hell. This is what I mean when I say, like, as much I love critical analysis of heady video game media. This is a lot of this is beyond me. Like, it would take... I am not politically equipped to approach this with quite the finesse I would like to. So it's not on my list at the moment, just because I know how much work I'd have to fucking do just to be able to approach it with a degree of authenticity and fucking accuracy. I don't get me wrong, this isn't going over my head per se, but there's a lot of isms, and I don't deal in isms. In my political alignment is I say I'm apolitical, but you can't say that because everything is political. It's a catch-22. It's a paradox. But I try not to deal with political isms. It's weird. I don't really know where I fit on the political spectrum, and this isn't a political channel either, or a political stream, you know. And we're here to have a fucking laugh, man. So generally we'll reject political talks and stuff in here, just for the sake of everybody just having a good time and being able to escape from all of that. But in discussing Disco Elysium, it's hard not to expose yourself. If you're going to try and approach any of these subjects, it's hard not to open yourself up for ideological assassination that I'm just not prepared for. I'm truly just not prepared for, brother. I've been on this planet for over 30 years, man. But I've always kind of seen politics as a very complicated way to do fairly simple things. But that's the depth and the complication of it. I understand that it's a tangled mess, bro, and it's always been a tangled mess. I've never nominated or wanted to volunteer to help untangle, which is why, as much as I would love to approach this game for a proper research case study, fucking hell, man, I've truly met my match with this. I'm not bad with my research, man. I'm gonna come out guns blazing with Final Fantasy IX, man. I will teach OG Final Fantasy fans. I will teach people whose favorite video game of all time is Final Fantasy IX things about that fucking game, man. Just like we did with Final Fantasy VIII. But shit, brother, Final Fantasy ain't got shit on a lot of the writing in Disco Elysium, man. Disco Elysium probably has the best writing in video game history. By a wide berth, I'd probably say.
History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways.
History is a river coursing ever downwards. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways. What awaits us at the end of the road?
Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Vesperashit?
No, I haven't.
The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weather marble, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series of grand plazas. During the day, it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great cities of Pericarnassus. But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre lattice. When you see it, you suddenly understand. It was all built for you, for this very moment.
The sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate umbral lattice. When you see it, you suddenly understand it was all built for you for this very moment. Fucking hell, man.
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
Built for me.
For you, for all of humanity. Not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows is effortlessly woven into the great lattice work, a deliberate synthesis of humanity, art, and the natural world.
I should just stop writing. I should stop doing creative writing, because it's already been done. It's already been done. Fucking hell. Beautiful.
Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes.
Advesperasit. Dolores Day was crowned there, wasn't she?
She was. There are even those who say that at Vesperashit summoned Dolores Day, or that it was built in preparation for her, centuries before her arrival. That's why the old town is...
I'm learning a lot about Elysium that I didn't know. The ceremonial heart of humanity.
Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of many generations, and its preservation is an equally monumental responsibility.
How much time does humanity need to achieve its potential?
About 3,000 years.
My fucking heart sank. My heart sank as if I'm actually talking to God. And it's like, nah, it's not in your lifetime, Buster. But at the same time, 3,000 years is just a blink of an eye. We need much more than that.
Of course, the number 3,000 represents the average of a great number of projections. The actual number might be closer to 3,250, or even 3,300, depending on the contingencies. It is, in all senses, the most moderate and reasonable projection possible based on current science.
Liebling, bitte.
Shit.
Erst unser...
Signal's weakening. I guess you've got about 2 questions left.
Come again? We're picking up more interference.
I'm going to do one more before I proceed. I do have a guide up just in case, because I had a limited amount of questions, man. The guide hasn't got any spoilers in it per se, but I just need to make sure that we get out of this without having to restart it. When is real democracy coming to Revachol? Never, brother.
We can assure you, it is coming as soon as possible.
Within my lifetime?
Oh, most likely. Though, of course, it depends on the contingencies.
What do you mean, contingencies?
You must understand, the moral intern is responsible for ensuring the continuance and flourishing of mankind for the next 3,000 years. The planning division must account for a great many possible outcomes and chance events. Fortunately, we have contingency spreads to help guide our decision-making. Of course, there is no one spread that can reasonably account for all these possible events. But at least, we're able to prepare for the most likely eventualities.
How do these contingency spreads actually work?
It's not really our area of expertise, but we can try to explain. Picture a smooth hill made from fresh dirt. Now, if you stand atop this hill and put a glass of water over it, what will happen?
That will get wet?
You're thinking about this metaphor too literally.
I mean, it wasn't the best metaphor then, was it?
The point is that we know only that the water will run down, but not what course it will take. If we place a rock in the water's path, will it divert to the left or to the right? We cannot say. But we may predict which way it might run in either event.
Water is wet?
That is the essence of the idea. You might also imagine these spreads as a kind of tree, with every juncture representing a different event, and every branch representing a different timeline.
You're saying the moral intern uses contingency spreads to see the future?
Not exactly. No one can know the future. But with contingency spreads, it is possible to predict what the future realities might reasonably look like.
Got a bit of a rabbit hole. Look into how AI is being used to predict crime. A la Minority Report. It's fucking freaky business. It's freaky fucking business. And it's not quite as racist as you might think. But it's still a little bit racist.
Meaning, there are more and less reasonable futures. You should follow up on that.
But we shouldn't overstate their importance. They are simply one of many tools used by the moral intern to set policy.
Oh, does that mean that some realities are less reasonable than others?
Well, yes. Just as some events are less probable than others. While we expect the vast majority of realities will fall within a normal confidence interval, there must necessarily be some that fall outside that range as well.
Someone told me we live in a precarious world, that every event is just a violent roll of the die.
It may be. We're only a psychosignaler, not a metaphysician. It's a rather cold way to think about the world, isn't it? The key, we believe, is to be open to meaning, even amidst great uncertainty. But now we are only speaking for ourselves.
Where does Revachol fit into these contingencies?
That's impossible to say. It may be that Revachol has a great role to play, or no role at all. That is the nature of contingency.
But didn't the Wild Pines representative say that Revachol would resolve history?
Imagine a second signaler's boss standing behind him on the warship, getting pissed as their employee waxes philosophical that comes with some rant. And also, I was thinking about that as well. It's like, why are you surrendering this information? Because they have to get in touch. They have to choose to get in touch with us. Like, it's no easy feat. So maybe they just don't fucking talk to anybody. But yeah, I was thinking of something along the same lines as well.
You must understand, when we speak of contingency spreads, we are talking about the most fantastically complex data visualization human beings are capable of producing, with thousands of events, from elections and wars to natural disaster or scientific miracles, and millions of possible outcomes.
Processing power.
It may be the case that, under certain scenarios, Revachol is vitally important, as it was during the collision landings in 08. It may also be the case, in many other equally plausible scenarios, that Revachol is simply another once great city, like countless others throughout history.
How many teraflops does the Warship Archer have? Revachol is the most important city in the world. This is where the return will happen.
Perhaps, perhaps not. The world is full of great cities that have resolved the questions of their time. Lashert, Bradford, our own home of Advestirashid.
All major cities in EPIS-aligned nations. You can't help but notice.
It's even possible the cities that will resolve the questions of the future have not been founded yet. For this reason, responsibility for developing contingency spreads is only assigned to highly trained analysts working with advanced radio computers and a steady supply of dramamine.
Dramamine means it's a downer, right? Was it like Valium? Yeah, benzo? Sounds like a benzo, but I just want to make sure I got that right. Under-the-counter painkiller. Opiates. How do I access my personal contingency spread?
Even though we are only a second signaler, we can tell you with great certainty that there is no contingency spread for you, Officer Sunset.
She knows perfectly well where they are. They've got one for everybody, all coded and filed away in a vast labyrinth beneath Isherwood.
Fucking, she's got Inland Empire stuttering, bro, on the legendary check there. Are you sure? But it's locked away in a vault somewhere.
The moral intern is not safe. There is no secret vault of files between Isherwood or Lashert or anywhere else, because that is not the moral intern's purpose. Our concerns exist on the scale of decades, centuries, and millennia. Sometimes we say the moral intern worries about the future so that normal people may worry about today.
The second option is, but what if I want somebody to make all my decisions for me? Obviously, somewhat tempting, but no. That sounds like a moderate and reasonable way to organize a society. It's the only reasonable option, as far as I'm concerned, out of the two. Pretty black and white, unfortunately.
It is a work in progress, but it is also the best way that humanity has found to spar.
Christ, man, like what was Kurvitz and them on to be able to conceptualize all of this?
This is it. Final question time. I can already feel our alignment getting shaky.
Is everything alright? We lost the connection for a moment.
Listen, I really need to reach the committee of responsibility.
Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the Liaison for Public Affairs. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
She's got to be jerking your chain, right? You can't wait that long.
History of prank calls, superstar's ego. Oh, gods, please, man. What if I need to reach the committee a bit sooner? It concerns the end of time.
Not a problem. If this is a time-sensitive matter, you may file an emergency.
No. I've got no time for red tape bureaucracy, I'm afraid, pet. I've got to tell you about something very serious.
They typically respond within a few weeks.
Actually, I was hoping you could... Oh, I'm so scared of that check. Actually, I was hoping you could patch me through to the committee directly.
We're afraid that is quite impossible, Officer Sunset.
What do you mean?
We cannot transfer you to the committee because we are not entrusted with that responsibility. We are simply the second signaler.
So I'm begging you to just please let me through.
We are here, officer. Though we have to say this is all quite out of sequence.
You're getting out tangled by the big bad. Time to try something else.
Sounds like an absolute fantasy land. Well, it is, and I'm gonna go and get inside it. Come and join me in the fantasy.
If you can believe it.
So I never expected Trump charging into a goblin's nest to not get some goblin vomit and slop and blood on him. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin.
Or before you came along, I didn't know what love was.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand? Time to lay it all out.
You aren't listening. I've got an urgent personal matter to discuss with the committee.
We will hear your request, Officer Sansa. Although we must inform you that the committee does not typically intervene in personal matters.
That's only because they haven't heard about your problems yet.
I am the foreteller of ruin, and I've come to tell you that the end is very, very nigh.
We are not sure we understand. To what end are you referring?
I'm saying you, me, and everyone we know is going to die, probably very soon, say in about 27 years.
Enough with the apocalyptic drivel. Archer, please disregard. He's not in his right mind.
No use. The big bad...
I don't understand. I thought he was making progress.
Officer, surely you're aware that it is a civil offense to maliciously or frivolously obstruct the collision radio frequency. Now, please excuse us while we update the receiving frequency. This connection will be cleared in 4, 3... 2, 1...
And the line goes quiet. The lieutenant gives a long sigh.
I think it's best for you to climb off the step.
We needed that check to get the alternate ending. We run it one more time. We'll speed run it because we're due to finish very shortly. But we'll turbo through it and we'll try and hit it.
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Yeah, it did. It did. Often you can burn through a lot of the quote unquote fat if you just rifle through, and we don't need to ask a lot of the questions that we did ask as well. And we've got a much better empathy stat. So let's just run through it. See if we can get the alternate ending, and then tomorrow we'll get the true ending. I think that actually works out quite well.
Good luck, guys.
Try to squeeze
back across.
You can grab that amplifier off.
But I don't want to keep people too much longer.
Up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
But we had the odds as well. It's always gutting when the odds are in our favor. We don't get it. So we've got a couple checks we need to hit. We've got an interfacing check and we've got an empathy check. And we'll just fucking rifle through it, man. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get the alternate ending. Tonight, and then tomorrow we'll get the true ending with Kuno, I think.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these cans. No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this. Honestly, don't know how much juice we've got. Good.
A soft rustle every...
Hey, Lawman, we're waiting on ya.
You're all the lieutenant nervous. For who?
Give it another.
Nein, lieb.
You can't make out a word of this.
Is that either way? Again.
A slight frisson. And a...
It's been a long...
So you...
It's...
Natürlich.
No.
But someone...
The sig...
This is... Don't know. My God.
This is...
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something images of your body smashed in.
Smashed in. My guy's doing this in fucking brogues and a tracksuit with ceramic armored gloves. Yep. That just happened.
Your glove, you don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument.
Up you get, pet. Up you get.
That performance was frankly an embarrassment. The connection, truth be...
Well, hang on. I'm looking at it. It says here, essential...
The speed freak. You are not his... You can't... Come on. To your surprise.
There is... every bit helps. We need this antenna to be as hardcore as humanly possible.
Check 1 completed. We should have a much higher probability of getting the next one as well, especially once I've banged another fucking point into empathy.
Hides your hands as much.
Looks like it.
The sig...
Try it now.
Lieutenant Dubois.
There is so...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request?
Since I've got the opportunity, what does Revachol look like from up there?
That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view from our observation platform up here.
Particular how?
Perhaps the best way to describe it, it is to say we have a very wide perspective, but not an especially detailed one.
What can you see?
Oh, it looks quite lovely from here. From our portal, we see rolling hillsides. Ah, there are children playing by a small pond. The homes and gardens are...
Le Jardin. Stella Marie. Saint Baptiste. She's looking down on the suburbs of Revachol East.
You're above Revachol East then?
Ah, that must be. We have only recently been detailed to the Archer, so we are still learning the names of all the many districts.
She needs to see you down here. That's the only way she'll really get what you're about.
Can you see Martinez from where you are?
Martinez. That is to the west, yes?
Yes, look across the River Esperance.
Stand by a moment. We are adjusting our viewfinder. Yes, we are looking at the river now. There are small islands in the middle of it. It's very nice, actually. Interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half. This must be the 881, no?
Maybe. Follow the motorway as far as it goes?
It appears to go on for quite a while. But now we seem to be quite turned about. Acknowledge. To reach, if the liaison...
She's got to be jerking your chain, right?
83.
You can't wait that long. What part
Come on!
doesn't she?
Well, the part that takes the longest is him fucking climbing up the fucking...
What's on your mind? Rest to the...
Much love to my hardcore antenna, bro.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
Back across the water.
You can grab that amplifier, officer. And you
Fucking
start
terrible
swapping
luck
out
tonight.
those cables.
Terrible luck.
We can get it all in one go.
Terrible. We're so fucking... We're one check away from the alternate ending. one check. 83%. If I could Right, let's just lock it in, man. Because this fucking close. We get one ending tonight and another ending tomorrow. And that actually works out quite well. Even though I kind of aim to have the full bag done today, I always underestimate just how long Elysium fucking takes. I mean, to be fair, we've done it a bit quicker than Limmy. Limmy took 7 days to get through the very first day, man. And he plays in 4-hour bites as well. I fucking respect the tits off of that man for sticking it out, man. He's really enjoying it, man. It's been a good laugh.
Just plug that in there, would ya?
It's done. I believe.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these cans. No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn. Honest, don't know. Good.
A soft rustling.
Hey, Lou.
You're all the lieutenant nervous.
Give it another.
Give it another. What did you do, Gary?
This gibberish.
Is that what? Either way, again.
What did you do, Gary?
An uncomfortable.
It's been a long winter.
I promise you I did.
Quick, crash the cryptid, Gary! Gary's turning into a cryptid! What are you doing, Gary?
The signals are getting in.
What if the cryptozoologist Morel is actually commander of the warship Archer?
This isn't looking good. Don't know. My guess.
This is.
What did you do, Gary? Dun dun dun. You mean to tell me Morel, the cryptozoologist, is the commander of the do? I'm fucking busting for a shite as well. Hello, officer. I can't really do a good fucking Australian or Kiwi accent, to be honest. At least not to the level you need for a good Morel impression. Cryptozoology is just his side hustle, yeah.
Don't exactly cut a live-some figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself.
I'm actually the coordinator for all of humanity. We're here to drone strike Gary from orbit, officer.
That performance, the connection, truth be told.
Well, hang on. I'm looking at.
We understand you found a racist mug, officer. Is that true?
Says here.
We're gonna blow Martinez off the face of the earth.
The speed free is right. You are not.
I better not fail this first fucking check, man. I'll just start fucking.
To your surprise.
Hitting things.
Every bit helps. We need this antenna to be as hardcore.
Right. You can fail the godly interface and red check without being locked out, only suffering damage to health if you fail the impossible pain threshold passive check. So fuck this one, we proceed. Fucking Kim face palming. What the fuck, bro? Oh god, my luck today, man.
You allow the.
Huh? Sounds like that was a false move.
It's not my fault.
He's right.
I'm gonna.
A maelstrom of. It's too much.
The long winter.
And then.
Try it now.
This is.
There is so.
Please be advised that you're acknowledged. If the liaison.
She's gotta be jerking your chain, right? You can't wait that long. This isn't about you. Not really. It may have been at a certain point, but you've let go of that perspective. This is about your responsibility to all of Revachon. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
Listen to me. The situation in Martinez is a powder keg. If the coalition doesn't intervene, many people will die, okay?
How do you know this?
Things are really bad down here, like really, really bad.
We need to know more than that. Now, please describe the situation in as much detail as you can. We will forward our summary to the committee.
There's papers rustling in the background. She's clearing her desk, preparing to take notes. There, you've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you could show the coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice but to intervene. You may not have the whole story just yet, but you might still convey the seriousness of the situation.
I haven't worked out the details yet, but there's something weird going on with the Wild Pines, brother.
Yes? What else?
Well, the union's demands for worker control of corporate boards seem completely unworkable.
Was there anything else the committee should know?
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
Yes. I've also discovered an entropinetic phenomenon here in Martinez.
We're afraid we must ask you to repeat that, Lieutenant Dubois.
Afraid? What is she afraid of? Her tone has shifted. She's no longer herself. She's reading from a script. Your words have activated some sort of procedure.
I said I've discovered an entropinetic phenomenon here in Martinez.
Acknowledge. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a series of questions. It is imperative that you answer as directly and truthfully as you can. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Surrey, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform in Indico?
No, I'm in Martinez.
Very good. Next question. Would you describe the phenomenon as internal to the Isola or...
I might have introduced myself differently, you're right. Fucking idiot.
What she means is, actually, you have no idea what those words could mean in this context.
I have no idea what you're asking.
Answer the question, please.
Would you describe the phenomenon as internal to the Isola or external to the Isola? Internal.
Next question. At the time, did you experience sense objects?
Can you elaborate?
Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light.
Memory. When the Raver put the compressor through the other thing, it made the beat really hardcore, like too hardcore, brother. Fuck, man. It was kind of a gradient. Or perhaps I experienced, well, a complete lack of phenomena, maybe?
Let's go on. Final question. Were you alone?
Yes, unquestionably, irrevocably alone. Of course not. The radio programmer was there. You are part of a large family. You are never alone. There's no need to overthink this.
We repeat. Were you alone?
No.
You hear the sound of a page ripping.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by while we transmit our summary.
A long winter.
Signals are starting to misalign. Not sure how much longer I can hold them together.
You have to, Noid. Just a little longer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Worship Archer. Please acknowledge.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report the Committee of Responsibility for Ravachol has acknowledged and accepted your request. They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly, as their earliest convenience.
I can't do it, Captain. I don't have the power. Good old fucking... When is that?
Subito. Collision shuttle Laurel is setting a course for your position. They will arrive momentarily. Stand by.
To the southwest, one of the smaller aerostatics that hover above the city breaks from its holding pattern. Coalition shuttle Laurel begins executing a slow turn, drawn by an invisible wire.
No way! Big Ben's coming here!
The lieutenant adjusts his microphone and slowly looks up toward you.
Well, what now?
Guess we wait.
Yes, and then?
What do you mean?
You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship Archer. I suppose what I'm asking is whether we are about to lose you to the moral intern.
Kim, I'm tired of feeling like I don't have any normal, reasonable options, brother.
What options? What in God's name are you talking about, detective?
You notice that things have only gotten weirder the longer we've been on this case.
The lieutenant takes a moment to compose his thoughts.
I don't know where this case will lead us, detective. But in a sense, that doesn't matter. Our job is to follow the evidence where it leads. Consequences be damned. Because that's what it means to be an officer of the RCM.
Right here, brother.
The lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed by the roar of the aerostatic's main rotors.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. We have been instructed to inform you that the Laurel arrived at your position. Please acknowledge.
Acknowledged, Archer. This is Lieutenant Dubois.
Thank you. The Committee of Responsibility for Revachol has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept?
Hold on.
We are far past that point, Lieutenant. There is only one question now. Are you ready, or are you not?
Look around one last time.
The roundabout, Martinez North, daytime. Across the plaza, a pair of seagulls fight over the remains of a chicken wing.
Chicken wing. You hear that? Wish I could play that back. Chicken wing.
The speed freak eyes you with a curious blend of awe and contempt. He's torn. There's nothing more softcore than the Coalition, according to his worldview. And yet, having summoned an aerostatic with your voice is one of the most hardcore feats imaginable. The lieutenant looks up toward you. He starts to open his mouth, then appears to think better of it.
Doesn't want a seagull to poo in his mouth.
He's spoken his piece, he thinks.
It's very lucky, you know.
You cannot leave. So much hangs in the balance.
Sorry, Shivers. Sorry. I accept, Archer. Beam me up, Scotty.
Acknowledged. Laurel has initiated the extraction procedure. Stand by.
Marianne hat mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr derselbe ist, seit auf einem Luftschiff
Weeks later, no answers about extracted cop. The condition and whereabouts of an RCM officer extracted by a Coalition aerostatic 2 weeks ago remain unknown. The dramatic maneuver witnessed by dozens near the North Roundabout has reportedly increased tensions between the citizens of Martinez, the RCM, and Coalition authorities. Early reports that the lieutenant was investigating entropinetic phenomena along the coast have not been confirmed. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the lieutenant was in Martinez as part of a murder investigation. A Coalition representative declined repeated requests for comment.
And that's that. I've never had this ending before, and we know that it's not the true. We get a much more definitive ending with the true ending. But that was a fucking riot, boys. That was a riot. And I learned a lot about Elysium that I didn't know prior, to be honest. Tomorrow we will lock this up. We've done everything that I wanted to do. There might be a couple little things there left to do, but really, there's no chance we don't finish tomorrow. So, yeah. Thank you very much, and I'll be back here tomorrow. Sorry to keep you a little bit late. I'm gonna go get my dinner and fucking have a I'm trying to get through this pack of cigarettes quickly so I can just quit again. It's my coping mechanism. I always go whenever I'm in duress, high states of duress, like I was earlier this week and the other week as well. Straight to the ciggies, man. And no video game makes me want to smoke more and philosophize than this. So that's me. I'll be back here tomorrow. Thank you so much. We had a few new people join us tonight as well. I still haven't got my alerts set up for subscriptions, so if anybody new did subscribe, I apologize for not shouting you out individually. I'll make sure that I check, and if you drop back in, I will do tomorrow or whenever you next drop in. Ashley, thank you very much for sharing the stream link as well. Completely skipped my mind. You read me like a book. You're all right to do so. And yeah, thank you to all the regulars as well. Anybody that might be watching the VOD. We'll get started on Final Fantasy 9 very soon, but let's just give this game a proper send-off, man, because it's been fucking monumental. It's been such a good fucking experience, and it's been very humbling to present it to people that aren't or weren't familiar with it. So yes, look after yourselves, and I'll catch you tomorrow.